Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third day of the World Team Squash Championships 2024 here in this wonderful venue at the Hong Kong Football Club. Very exciting match this morning between Japan, the home side, and Malaysia. So please, I'll just read the names of the teams, and then they will come on and give a round of applause, please. For Japan, Tong, Watanabe, Karim, Midorikawa, and Mahiro Ishio. A round of applause, please, for the Japanese team. Right, thank you for your service. And for the Malaysian side, Tsz-Wing, Subramaniam, Rachel Arnold, and Era Azman. Thank you very much indeed. Just before I hand over to the referees, could I please ask you to turn your phones to silent, so that obviously there's no reading between the rallies, and could you please avoid moving around the court area while rallies are in progress. The referees today are Andrea Santamaria and Maya Elser. Over to you.
Well, welcome to day 3, folks, here at the World Squash Team Championships 2024. We're in Hong Kong at the Hong Kong Football Club, which is, to say the least, a spectacular venue. We're on the glass court here in one of the banquet halls, and this is the lineup for today, which is actually the first of the knockout round. So we're into the last 16 now. So we've got 4 matches for you. The women are up first. It's Japan taking on Malaysia. That'll be followed by the Egyptian men taking on Canada, then Hong Kong, China, the local heroes will take on Scotland in the women's, and then the Hong Kong men will take on the United States. So it's a full-on day here at the football club and a lot to look forward to. Well, I'm Paul Hornsby, and I'm delighted to say we've got Tamika Hunt in the commentary booth today. Good afternoon, Tamika.
Thanks, Paul. Great to be here. It's exciting.
Yeah, well, you're wearing several hats, aren't you, at this event, and it's brilliant to have you in the commentary.
Yeah, it's been a busy week, but it's been good. Good to be involved, and yeah, great to have so many incredible players here for the win.
Too right. It's a wonderful event to close out 2024. Well, here is the lineup in this first match. I am really quite excited about 2 players who are very entertaining at the top of the game. Tsutomu Watanabe taking on Siva Singari Subramaniam. That'll be followed by Mahiro Nishio taking on Ira Azman, and then Akari Midorikawa takes on Rachel Arnold later. So the order of play for today, which it does change every day, it's 1-3-2. So number 1s are on first, and that'll be followed by number 3 and number 2. And the other note that we should make for the viewers is that we do now have dead rubber situations, which means if the match is 2-love to one particular nation, the third match is an optional play best of 3 or leave it as it is and go and have a shower. That's because it is a knockout situation now into the last 16. The previous 2 days we've been in a pool play, so every match counted towards the overall score of the pools. So Tamika, as I have said to you off air, I've said it already today, and I'm going to say it once again. This is a great match to get us started off.
Yeah.
Siva Singari Subramaniam is one of my favourite players, just FYI.
Yes, you did fill me in on that. But yeah, both of them quite entertaining, so it should be a good one to kick off the day, I reckon.
Yeah. We saw Watanabe yesterday. She got stuck in against Norel Shabini. She took the first game fair and square, and she had a couple of game balls to go 2-love up against Shabini. So there's a bit of a sign as to where she's at with the form.
Yeah, it's always helpful, I think, when you go out there as well. Probably a little bit of the underdog situation yesterday, and come out, you can just kind of play your best squash when there's a little bit less pressure and expectation. So yeah, she just definitely took a good lead yesterday, and yeah, it's always going to be a tough match in the end.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, you can probably talk from experience more than I can in terms of the difference between representing your country and playing for yourself on the PSA tour. Did you play much for Australia?
Yeah, I played a few times actually, and yeah, it's definitely a different pressure, a different vibe. You can sometimes certainly feel the weight of the country behind you.
Yeah.
Sometimes that helps, and sometimes that can get to players a little bit and make them feel a bit uncomfortable. But yeah, it's probably a good element to the game where it's a different dynamic for these teams championships that we don't get so much, given that we are an individual sport. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a few differences in terms of who you're playing for, what's at stake, the nature of the event. I mean, there's no sort of have a loss and then go home and sort of reflect on what's happened and get stuck into training and try to take some learnings from it. In this event, if you have a bad loss, you've got to pick yourself up instantly because you've got another match the next. Sometimes you've got a match the same day, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right. So, and it's all about pride, right? So you've got to make sure that your country is absolutely putting its best foot forward every match, every tie, every game. So yeah, certainly keeps the momentum high for a longer time than what you would get in a normal competition.
Yeah.
But these two teams, they would have played quite a lot around Asian Games and those two different situations, so it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds.
It's all smiles on there at the moment.
They will start in 15 seconds. WSF World Squash Team Championships 2024. Women's round 1 match. Tsz-Wing of Japan. Siva Singari of Malaysia.
Well, we're underway in this first match of today's play. Both these players did play in the tournament last week, the Hong Kong Open. Subramanian went down in 5 games to Naylor Cole in the second round. She was 2-love up in that match. I actually commentated it, and she was absolutely unreal for 2 games. Couldn't miss a thing. And then I think it was one of those situations where she just saw an opportunity to take out one of the top 6 players in the world, and the unbelievable finishing turned into just clipping the tin, which then turned into hitting the middle of the tin, whilst Naylor Cole just shut up shop and really solidified. So she's, I mean, it just shows you what sort of form she's on, Subramanian.
It's a tricky thing sometimes. You get caught thinking about the end, and you end up not being at the end where you thought you were, so
Yeah.
it can get away from you quite quickly. One shift of momentum.
Well, she's the sort of player that when she relaxes and just frees the arm up, she can just reel off some absolutely unbelievable squats. And that's not the best work, is it? She's been very busy. I just wonder how much gas she's got left in the tank for this event. She played in the Malaysian Open. In fact, I'm not sure if she played in the China Open or not. Maybe not. Played in Malaysia in her own back garden. She was #1 seed and lost to Amina Orfi in a massive match. Close to 90 minutes. Absolutely brutal in very humid conditions. That was tough, and then she backed that up in Singapore, lost to Amina Orfi again, that time in 4 games, and as I've just been saying, she got through to the last 16 at the Hong Kong Open and went down in 5 games to Naylor Cole. So.
Yeah, it's a busy few weeks for sure. So, especially when, like I say, this team's event goes for a long period as well, playing a lot of matches. So.
Well, she'll have fond memories, even, of playing at Hong Kong Football Club. Around about this time last year, there was a tournament in between Singapore and Hong Kong Open here at the football club, and she actually won that event. She beat Amina Orfi in the final there. And of course, she's done some fantastic stuff over the last 12 months. She won in London. Remember that event? She beat Hania and I can't quite remember who else. Unbelievable. Well, Watanabe has taken control of this first game. She's probably been helped along by a couple of errors from Subramanian, but that's not an unforced error because that was an inch-perfect length from Watanabe.
Settling in quite quickly for the first game. Quite strong, consistent. Receivers just sort of making those mistakes and feeling a little unsettled straight off the bat.
Well, she's had a good amount of time on this court, Watanabe. She played Shibini yesterday. I can't remember who she played the day before, but this is the 3rd match for the Japanese women on this court.
Yeah, she'll be feeling quite comfortable then, in her feel for the court and how it's playing.
Say this is an important match for Japan to try to hang up on the scoreboard, because probably up against it at 2 and 3, I would suggest.
Yeah, especially given the format with the dead rubber situation from this stage on as well. You definitely want to get this first match under your belt so that it just takes a bit of the pressure off the rest of the team.
Well, she's in cruise control here. Satomi Watanabe, but there's a little bit of an indication of
Cheeky one just to slip that momentum.
Yeah. I suspect she's probably relaxed a bit here, Subramanian, and probably got her mind fixed on starting the second game well, so of course she'll want to finish this. If she can get a couple of points on the board and feel she's found a range. That's about as much as she's going to get out of this first game, because it's been all Tomi Watanabe. Well, it's casual, careless, and an unforced error from Subramanian. Well, that was a quick first game. Over before we knew it, really. It's Tomi Watanabe wasting no time jumping on the gas. She's got the momentum, to say the least. And after 6 minutes, she's taken the opening game 11-3.
They were in 60 seconds. Sort of response we're going to see from Subramanian. Never really got started in that opening game. A little bit scrappy, a lot of errors in there.
Yeah, she definitely didn't look comfortable at all, but I think tactic, even just from this first rally, she's just looking to hit a bit firmer through the ball, trying to feel for the court and get a little bit more pace in there so she can, yeah, I guess unlock the rest of her game from that.
Loves that. She absolutely loves that boast. I'm sure Watanabe will have come into this match having that in the back of her mind, ready to cover it.
Yeah, she was on that pretty quickly both times there as well. But got Seaver herself into trouble.
She's on the back foot that time. Needs a good start here, I feel, the Malaysian. She wants to hit the ground running in this game. Watanabe is a bit of a momentum player herself. She can run away on the scoreboard if she's given the chance, and if she's relaxed and not under too much pressure, she can do some amazing stuff with the ball. Very powerful, both in terms of hitting and with the movement. Yes. The only question for me with Watanabe is she does get on the back end of rallies, or she's at full stretch. She sometimes overthinks stuff and just try to force the issue sometimes, which can lead to a bit of untidy stuff, unforced errors and loose balls. But
yeah, you can definitely see that Siva's increasing that pace and hitting through and starting to find a bit of a rhythm, and it's just going to be about if Tomi can, then change and adapt and how long it's going to take for her to bounce back, and yeah, it'll just be a bit of a seesaw for who's going to keep consistent to the game plan.
see where the ball ended up there as Watanabe flicks it up into the side wall. It was extremely loose from Subramaniam. Not feeling that same kind of spark from her that we've seen over this last few events, where she's really sort of been super positive and aggressive and sharp with the decision making. Looks slightly casual to me in this match.
Yeah, it's probably just a build of circumstances as well, given this team's event and the country representation. They'd certainly be having their own talks and working out, where they're feeling confident in which number and which match they are probably a little bit more concerned about and how they want that to unfold. So that'd probably be in the back of their mind, probably for both players. Certainly feeling different elements of that, and as ones, they're sort of the leader of the team, right? So they want to put a good performance in and make sure the team's following their lead and
create a bit of momentum and inspire the following matches to follow suit. Oh, that's a beauty.
Very nice.
And Watanabe is as sharp as a razor.
Yeah, she's looking quite dialed in, definitely moving forward, looking for those volleys and cutting off. Look at that. 2 in a row. It's very nice.
Well, there's a fist pump and nod of the head there for Watanabe. Crucial stage of this match, really. I mean, she owned the first game and she's just got her nose in front here. If she can take a 2-love lead, it's going to be huge. For like this next 3 or 4 points, if she can win the lion's share of those, she's going to put herself in a brilliant position here. Well, it's an error fest, really, from Subramaniam.
Yeah, I think that's just Satomi just being super consistent and really sticking in. Like I said, she didn't defer from her game plan, even though Sib's come out and tried a little bit more pace and trying to really hit through the ball. She's stuck strong to her game plan, and it's obviously paying off. It's, for 4 volleys in a row straight into the drop, so
definitely
still presenting her with plenty of opportunities, just too loose.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting it's all about the errors from Subramaniam, because Watanabe's been absolutely superb throughout these first 2 games.
And out 6-10, able.
Still 4 game balls remaining for the
great
Japanese.
shot.
Wonderful stuff. Just held it till the very last second. That was actually very Subramaniam-like, that last shot.
Yeah.
That hold and flick.
She's
Look at that.
going to have a work cut out for her to bounce back from here.
Definitely is, yeah. Only 15 minutes into the match, it's already 2-love to the Japanese. Satomi Watanabe is on fire with a slightly casual and careless looking Subramaniam, so she leads by 2 games to love.
There is 60 seconds. and 30 seconds.
Well, Tamika, I am a little bit of a, I've got a little bit of a talent for seeing the future. And I think the future...
Crystal ball?
Yeah, that's the one.
I like
I do a lot of gazing into my crystal ball. Just had a look into it, and I'm struggling to see a way into this match for Subramanian.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty steep hill she's going to have to climb if she's going to get back into this. She just does not look comfortable at all from the beginning.
Look at that, it's nice.
Could be a few of those long weeks that you've been talking about, catching up with her and just feeling a little bit flat coming into this.
Yeah, I'd rather be talking about the outrageous winners, but I mean, that ball there, we saw it. It's, I'd say that's a third of the way down the bottom of the tent.
Out. 2-1.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so Tommy's really quite focused. You can see it in all her body language. It's, she's very dialed in at the moment. She's clearly got her strategy worked out. It's working for her. She's really just following an execution of each rally at the moment. Yeah, that's a great shot.
4-1.
Look at the body language, she knows.
5-1.
She's having a bit of a shocker out there.
And out. 2-5.
Well, it's Watanabe's turn to gift a couple of freebies to her opponent here.
Yeah. Just a commentator's cursor, maybe. I've jinxed it. She's broken her concentration couple into the 10.
Yeah. Again, it's not even close.
And out. 6-3.
Yeah, I'm sure both the teams sitting there watching at the moment, they're already preparing for the next match and certainly wanting to turn the tables from the Malaysia side, and
Yeah.
Japan to be starting to feel that little bit of confidence
Yeah. Yeah, it's
during that warm-up. And
definitely tense times for the Malaysians because they're the highest seeded team. They're expected to win this. So they're going to be in a situation where, unless they win the next two rubbers, they're going to be playing off the 9th position, which is not what they came here to achieve.
yeah, this start of the second stage is so critical for these teams. It really does decide what bracket you're going into, and it's so cutthroat at this point.
9-3. Down.
Oh my word. Well, I'm afraid you mentioned the commentator's curse earlier on there, Tamika. I feel like I cursed this match by saying it could be a belter. It's been a little bit underwhelming.
Very straightforward.
Huge amount of errors. Even Watanabe's pummeling the tin in this last game, but she's still got 6 match balls here. The writing's on the wall. I would say that Satomi Watanabe, I mentioned there, she's hit a couple of tins in this last game, but for the first 2 she's been pretty much immaculate.
It's close to your line. Here's that point where you're starting to think about the end and you haven't quite got it finished yet. Make sure the job's done first.
Well, I would imagine that Watanabe's feeling like she's played well here, but also she might just be a little bit surprised by how scrappy it's been from the Malaysian. We don't have the facilities to review on this court. We will do from tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes.
Tomorrow we're heading outside the glass court.
Outside. Yeah, it's all taking shape out there. It's looking good. So
keep an eye on it from my hotel room.
Yeah. Yeah, incredible to have 2 glass courts here in Hong Kong.
It certainly is, and that is a welcome win for the Japanese team. They'll have seen that as an opportunity, but they wouldn't have dreamt in the wildest dreams that it would be so easy.
Yeah.
23 minutes between these two. I'm amazed by that myself. But Satomi Watanabe, very solid. Subramaniam, not a good day at the office for her, that's for sure. 11-3, 11-6, 11-6 to the Japanese. And they've taken the opening rubber and lead this tie 1-love. straight into it with the number 3 strings here. Azman got a bit of work to do to turn the tables and salvage a win for the Malaysians. Siva Singhari Subramaniam didn't really show up for that first match, so the Malaysians got the back against the wall here. Big ask though, really, for the young Japanese player, 16 years old, taking on Azman. She's been on good form actually, she's been playing well, overtaking her sister on the world rankings, I believe.
Yeah, nothing like a bit of family dynamic, bit of sibling rivalry.
Well, there's a bit of that.
There
is a bit of that on the women's world tour at the moment. Obviously, we're talking about Ira's older sister, Ifa. She's managed to leapfrog her on the world rankings, and we've just seen Tina Hillis move to her highest world ranking of number 5, above her sister Naila, now Naila Cole. I think it's slid to 8. She was on fire this time last year, so she's lost had some big points coming off the rankings, Naila has.
Yeah, I think it'll be good coming to this point in the year where get through this teams week, and then they'll all take a bit of a break before kicking off January in the U.S. with a lot of tournaments heading over that way.
Yeah, it'll be a welcome break from this time of year. Always is quite hectic. It was last year as well. We had the world teams. It was only the men's, to be fair. The world teams were down in New Zealand.
Down in our neck of the woods, that's right.
Please. The WSF SquashTV Championship 2024 was a draw match. Azman of Malaysia to serve, Malaysia of Japan to receive after 5 games.
I'm interested to see how the nerves go here from Japan, and
yeah,
like I said, she's young and the lead is out there, so it'll be interesting to see how she gets through these first few points and shakes out some of those nerves.
Lyra's not exactly, she's not exactly got years and years of experience behind her, but she is playing at the highest levels, and I think she'll be well and truly tuned in to getting a solid start here.
Yeah, she'll be quite pumped after obviously the first rubber not going their way. She'll be definitely keen to take this one out early and get it done if she can.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can see the back of the head of Andrew Cross, who's the Malaysian coach. He's been around for many years. He's actually been in the commentary box quite a bit as well over the last few events. He's a very good calming influence. Good old-fashioned Yorkshireman. Tells it how it is.
He's been in Malaysia a long time now as well.
He has, yeah. Yeah. He did actually tell me, I mean, I've been in New Zealand for 14 years, and which has gone quickly, but he's been out there longer than that.
Yeah, it's a good start here for Ira.
Well, that was rather nice. Not a bad idea trying to go straight from there, but when it's not backed up with accuracy, it's cause a problem, especially if you're
not quite where she wanted it, I don't think.
How casual is that?
That's nice.
6-2.
Well, under the circumstances, Azman is looking pretty chilled out there, isn't she?
Yeah, she's just looking like she's gone out there to get the job done from her side, and they're certainly making her presence known. She's looking quite strong. She's hitting through the ball, and certainly even her body language and positioning. She's standing quite firm, and Shio is having to do a bit of extra work to get around.
Little flick of the wrist. Nishio's absorbing quite a lot of pressure there, isn't she?
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Tough rally for it. Too casual on that occasion.
Yeah, I'm assuming this will be Nishio's first time competing for her country as well.
Yeah, you'd imagine so.
Yeah. It's always interesting coming into the dynamic and experiencing the event.
Yes.
You've got 200 of the best players in the world right here in one spot. Certainly you would be looking around. We've got some legends floating and some stars around the place as well, so it's quite a lot of squash and that to take in all in a week when you're only 16 and coming in fresh. So she's, I'm sure, enjoying her experience.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, really, the experience for, as you said, someone like Nishio to be part of this event. You've got all the greats here, Norel Shabini, Mostafa Asal. Well, the list goes on, doesn't it? All the very top players in the world, but add on top of that, people that we've seen here in Hong Kong over the past couple of weeks. We had Nicole David and Jansha Khan here last week.
Yes.
Inducted into the Hall of Fame. We've got Jeff Hunt, we've got Jahangir Khan, Susan Devoy's knocking around, Sarah Fitzgerald.
Sarah Fitzgerald, yes, yeah.
It's we're surrounded by squash royalty.
That's it.
But it is Ira Azman in the driving seat here. She's taken that opening game 11-5 in just 6 minutes. So yeah, the back end of that first game, we were just talking about the people that are floating around here in Hong Kong. Some great opportunities for the autograph hunters, isn't there?
Yeah, it's star-studded out there. I think I even saw Sarah Fitzgerald doing her usual trick and running around catching all players and getting selfies with them. So yeah, she's I think she does it at nearly every event. So yeah, she's got quite the collection, I think, by now.
Yeah, old Fitzy, absolute legend.
Oof.
She's actually an honorary member of this club, the Hong Kong Football Club. She's on the board, along with Jonathan Power.
Oh, yes.
Jahangir Khan got inducted last night into the honorary members list, and then a chap called Lee Beecher managed to get his name on there as well.
Yeah, it's not a bad collection of players getting the opportunity to be honorary members of this football club.
Yeah, they love the squash here. Always get so well looked after. Even when the event's not being held here, they open the doors to the players and the more importantly, the commentators. Well, this has been a good start for the Japanese player.
Might have been feeling a bit of the pressure come off after going that first one down and just go out there, relax and play a bit more of her own game.
Absolutely.
I think it's been good with this event being obviously men's and women's combined as well, having so many women's teams. 23 teams, all here in Hong Kong represented, which is a great number for the women's game.
It really is. I mean, I've been involved in many World Team Championships, not as a commentator, but as the, looking after the New Zealand team at the events, and I don't remember numbers as high as what we've got here. It's normally in the late teens, normally.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, it's usually about 18 or so, so yeah, certainly great to see that we're over that 20 mark, and yeah, biggest one yet, and same on the men's side actually, with 26 teams competing on the men's side. It's also the largest team contingent for the men's event. Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah, that was really nice, wasn't it? Big racket preparation, showed the threat into the back and then just carves it into the front of the court. She's got great hands, Azman.
Yeah.
A bit of a trait really for the Malaysians. That some spectacular skill, and right on cue there, she just chops another one in from the very back wall, so she's turned the tide. Azman came out firing, didn't she, Nishio, but unable to maintain it.
Just finding a next gear in this game, I think. Just trying to pull herself away from the scoreline.
Yeah, that's good. Hunting that volley. It's good to see. Wow. Again, she's on that forehand volley. She likes it there. It's a lovely shot. Great length. Great line, great length. Foundation that you build the rest of your game on. Finding those sorts of targets is what really makes you very effective as a squash player. So she's snapped back into focus there, Azman, after going behind on the scoreboard. Rattles off some nice, aggressive, positive, proactive squash. 6 minutes once again, this time 11-7. It's Azman in the driving seat. She leads by 2 games to love. So at this stage it looks as if we are heading towards a situation where the number 2 strings will decide the outcome of this opening match between Japan and Malaysia. Malaysia can pull something out of the bag. It's a huge ask because Azman's looking pretty confident, pretty relaxed with it as well, carving that ball in. It's in the volleys.
Yeah, Nishio's done a great job. I guess first time in, this would be a great experience and learning curve for her, and you can only expect next time she's back to go better. So
Definitely.
Yeah, those number 2s will certainly be warming up and preparing for the battle that'll unfold to make this tie decided. It's nice to kick off the day, I think, with the full 3 match breaking it off. So hope maybe set the tone for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Well, it's only going to get tighter from here on in with the matches as we approach the. I guess this is what we're on day 3, aren't we?
Yeah.
Day 3 of 7. Loads to look forward to. Tell you what I'm looking forward to make it to get into that outdoor court.
Yeah, it's watching the build unfold, I think, has actually been a very exciting part of the event, because usually it's always built before you get here.
Yeah.
So you usually miss out on that kind of spectacle. So it's nice each day, wake up, check how it's going, next part's done. Yeah, it's been good to watch. So I think everyone's pretty keen to get out there, experience it, and create a whole new atmosphere.
Yeah, it's going to be completely different to this court. Well, I'm full of fun facts. You probably already know that.
Yes. Yes. Experienced a few of those.
And I can tell you, I'm going to ask you, do you know the reason why we can only start using that court from tomorrow?
No,
Don't worry if you don't know the answer.
I do not know this reason.
Well, the reason is because it's placed on a football pitch inside the middle of the race course. And do you know what happens?
Tonight.
Every Wednesday.
There are races.
The races are on in Hong Kong.
And it kind of stops the city, from what I hear.
Oh, it's unreal. It's unreal. I'm actually going to go tonight.
Yeah,
I've never been before. I've watched it from the restaurant upstairs. Everything closes down, so the inside of the pitch has to be pitch black.
Yeah.
The inside of the race course has to be pitch black.
Yeah.
Not allowed any lights on to distract the horses. So
Yeah.
that's the reason why we're kicking off from tomorrow.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. It's it's an incredible facility. Definitely, just watching how it all intermingles, and with that, the horse track around the outside is
It's amazing.
really interesting. They certainly look after it as well. I think those sprinklers out on that track have been going like on the hour.
Yeah.
So they're certainly passionate about it.
It is unbelievable. I've become a little bit obsessed with it, actually. I've been looking at old pictures and stuff of. It was actually the race course was built in the 1850s, and looking at some pictures of it, it's literally a racetrack in the middle of a field, nothing else around it, just mountains and stuff. Whereas you, like I was saying, you look out my hotel window.
Hard to think of that today.
Yeah,
right?
the racetrack's there, but it's just surrounded by skyscrapers as far as the eye can see.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, but the racetrack has remained. It's, as you say, it's a huge thing here in Hong Kong on a Wednesday night. Roads get closed and all sorts. Anyway, back to the squash, because that's what we're here to talk about, I suppose. Nishio continues to dig deep here, and I love this. Absolutely love this. 16 years old. She doesn't want this
She's
experience.
putting in some work,
Yeah, she wants it to last as long as possible, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's doing a good job playing well for her team.
It's on that forehand volley again.
I'll definitely want to be making this one happen, though. She doesn't want to see another game, so she needs to make sure she's focused for the next few points.
Yeah, completely.
Slight mistake there.
It's too much balls for Azman to level up in this tie. Oh, what a way to finish!
A great shot.
That was
It just presented right there on the racket.
yeah, that was a gem there. Beautiful way to finish. What an experience for Nishio. Azman gets the job done for Malaysia in just 21 minutes. 11-5, 11-7, 11-8. So we're going into the decider at number 2 string, which will be coming up shortly.
Half time.
So all to play for here, literally all to play for, as you can see by the scoreboard there. Watanabe put Japan in the lead here in this last 16 tie, but Ira Azman was very solid. She cruised across the finishing line on the 3 string, so it's over to Akari Midorikawa, who takes on Rachel Arnold, who's been in fine form recently. She won the China Open. That was a huge win for her.
Yeah, it would have been the biggest one of her career so far, right?
Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, she's been watching quite a bit of Rachel Arnold recently in this part of the world. She's a very talented player. Do you know what if someone said to me, what's the first thing that comes into your head if somebody mentions Rachel Arnold? Do you know what I'd say?
What would you say?
She's got a very good serve.
So, people really underestimate how good serve really can change things. So
Definitely.
it's essential, right? You get your opportunity to start the rally every time. Absolutely, you want to make sure that serve's the best asset you've got. Makes a difference.
My prediction is that she's going to win at least one rally off a irretrievable serve in this match. There you
Yeah,
go.
we'll hold you to that.
I told you that I can see the future. She's got a lot of other strengths as well, one of which is the ability to switch the angle of the shot at the very last second, in particular on that backhand side.
She's got some great hands, absolutely. I remember that I actually played Rachel a couple of times before I finished myself, and she always had that ability to just hold and just right the last second turn you around. Yeah, it was great. That's nice.
And out 3-1.
Well, she looks very switched on right from the word go here. Rachel Arnold. Big pressure on her.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room for error in this match, so you need to make every rally count, really.
And out 2-3.
I mean, she must have woke up this morning and looked at the lineup, thinking there's a fairly good chance it'll be a dead rubber.
Yeah.
Not suggesting that Subramaniam was a sort of a shoe-in win for Malaysia, but on current form, you probably would have expected it to have a decent chance of winning at number 1 strength.
5-2.
Yeah, for sure. I think even just with the lineup and stuff, though, you always go in prepared. I think anyway, you got to make sure, even if you are the number 3 for that order of play on the day, you always got to put the shoes in the rack in the bag. You got to make sure you're going to turn up, because if it does come down to you and you haven't had that mental preparation in the morning, or you didn't eat your breakfast the same way or something like that, yeah, it can be really costly.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I must admit to the fact that I've, from a coach-manager perspective, I've maybe taken my eye off the ball when it's come to that sort of stuff.
4-5.
You can never assume anything, can you, when it comes to these team events? Anything can happen, whether it's a poor performance or an outrageous performance, or just get injured, couldn't they?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, you just never know until it's over, right?
And out 6-4.
Whoa!
Yeah, nice.
Look at that.
So fairly even here between the two girls at the moment. They're both filling each other out a little bit,
Yeah.
finding their rhythms. You were saying Japan, 3 days or 3 matches they've had on the grass court.
That's right, yeah.
Malaysia, do you happen to recall how many they've had on here?
I've not seen them play on this court yet. No,
Okay,
nothing on there.
first day. Yeah, right. Yeah, there'll be a few teams probably in the same position today. Wanting to get a feel for the glass.
Those players who are likely to be featuring in the finals and semi-finals over the last 2 weeks, they'll have played on 4 very different glass courts.
Yeah.
So you've got the Hong Kong Squash Centre, which is a unique court to say the least on its own.
Yep.
And then they move to an outdoor court with a glass floor.
Oh, great athleticism there.
And then obviously this is probably more of your standard glass court.
Yeah, a bit more traditional. Yeah.
Yeah. And then from tomorrow, that court that they're using tomorrow is the old Hong Kong Open court.
Yes.
One where the doors are on the side walls.
Yes, side wall. Yeah, that's right.
And obviously it's going to be outdoors as well, so it's...
Yeah, the added weather element going to be at play there as well. So that's it's pretty cool here for Hong Kong. I thought it would be a lot warmer. But yeah, it's just around 20 degrees at the moment. So.
In the night time in particular, it drops.
Yeah, for sure.
It's good length from Midorikawa.
And out 6-7. Game ball.
Keeps his first game alive.
Yeah, it's a nice shot.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an awkward one, wasn't it? She was
Yeah.
kind of stuck towards the right side of the court, but playing backhand. Found the perfect angle.
Yeah.
So a good nerve settler there for Rachel Arnold. Takes control of this crucial 2-string match. 6 minutes seems to be quite a common number, that 6 minutes seems to be the average.
Yeah, our
length
opening
of-
game's about 6 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's 11-6. Rachel Arnold leads by 1 game to love.
30 seconds.
It's going to be interesting to see what Akari can do in this game.
What a lot.
Yeah,
That was a
nice
huge
shot.
thing. We were talking
She
about
uses the height so well.
Yeah, I was going to say we were talking about the serve being a shot that often gets overlooked in terms of its importance. A lot, especially at amateur level, which obviously we're not talking about here. These guys are far from amateur, but it's an underused shot.
Yeah, definitely. I think Rachel's definitely got a great use for it under pressure, but also offensively as well. Certainly uses it to her advantage. Not only in the shot itself, she always follows up the next one as well to make sure she's right on there. So yeah, she uses it very effectively. Yeah, there it is again. Love to set that one up, move forward into the volley. Very nice.
4 love.
There it is.
Hey, you got one.
Called it.
Crystal ball's on fire today.
Exactly. Two in a row. Would you call it an ace in squash? Serve winner.
Ooh, I feel like I'm a bit more of a traditionalist away from tennis terms.
Yeah.
I don't know.
7 love.
Serve winner in squash is quite rare,
Yeah.
especially at this level.
Yeah, she's got a massive lead here in this game, though. Those serves certainly adding to her points total, and yeah, quite the lead.
Well, Medora Cow will be quite relieved to get a point on the board there.
Now, 1-7.
It's been pretty rapid from Arnold. Well, that is good skill there from Rachel Arnold. A little bit of side spin on the ball there at full stretch. That's what made it irretrievable, really.
Yeah. Yeah, Japan certainly probably feeling a bit of pressure right now.
Yeah, it's tough to see a way to manage to find a second win after Satomi Watanabe put them one clear. It's been one-way traffic. Good composure from the Malaysians. Well, a quick response from Arnold as she sets herself up with 7 game balls.
Yeah, she's just looking far too strong at the moment for a parry. She can't, not letting her in the match at all.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. She's got it back somehow.
Yeah.
Oh, what a rally. It's got to be a lob winner now. Wow, this has been a brutal rally.
Yeah, it's a great rally. It's going to need quite a few more of those in this next game if she's going to pull it back.
Yeah, she's definitely up against it now. Madorikawa. Arnold marches away. Believe it or not, that game. 11-3. Arnold leads by 2 games to love.
There is 60 seconds. There is 30 seconds. Malaysia leads 2 games to love. Double. Double.
Oh, beautiful.
One love.
Rachel's certainly coming into this match prepared.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, she's very focused, isn't she?
Yeah, for sure. She's yeah, she's been quite clinical really to get the job done here for Malaysia and put them in a great position to take this one into the next round. You know, we'd be thinking they're already planning and ready for tomorrow.
Well, it's England ready and waiting for the winners. They've got a day off today with a bye.
And that 1-2.
Very tricky match for the English, having lost Gina Kennedy to injury last week.
Two.
Wow.
Not only can she serve, she can return a serve as well.
Well, it was a terrible serve, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right into the middle of the strings of Arnold.
Opportunity planning. Yeah, that's nice.
4-2.
Yeah, Rachel's doing a great job displacing the ball in each of the corners.
Down.
Never still there, was she? You could see her feet were shuffling around as she was trying to take that one into the front. pressure again there has come from that serve.
Yep.
6-2.
Yeah, it's great. It puts your opponent straight on the back foot. Gives you front half of the court.
Well, it's a bit of a masterclass this from Arnold. She's so free and relaxed, but very sharp with it as well, using height on the front wall to perfection.
A little bit ambitious there, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think
Bit
Midoricawa
excited.
knew much about that. We just heard her have a little word with herself there, Rachel Arnold, giving away a couple of freebies.
And that's 8-4.
Well, she's back in the zone now, Rachel Arnold, after a couple of scrappy errors. Oh, she's served out now.
Oof. Is that in the crystal ball, or not quite?
Yeah, that's the problem when you do have such a great serve. You're obviously working with fine margins, aren't you?
That's it.
It's,
Yeah, you want to push it to that limit. It's tight. Just getting yourself a little bit off tight here. Probably doing what exactly what we're talking about, thinking about tomorrow and getting away with it. She's still got a few points before she can guarantee that.
she's digging deep here, Morikawa. Midorikawa. Morikawa is a golfer. This is Midorikawa. Yeah, it's good to see that she's fighting right to the bitter end. Oh, it's just sailed out. Caught on the side wall.
Still a great effort. She definitely put in her best for the last game. But Malaysia, out the winners.
Yeah, it was a business-like performance from Rachel Arnold and Ira Azman. After Satomi Watanabe set the scene with a great win against Siva Singari Subramanian, but can you believe it? It's a 6-minute game in the third. 11-6, 11-3, 11-6. Rachel Arnold gets the job done for Malaysia. They're into the quarterfinals. They'll play England tomorrow. And it's game over for Japan, who will be playing off for the 9th to 12th position now. So there's confirmation. 2-1 to Malaysia. So next up at 2:30 local time, which is just over an hour away, we've got the Egyptian men in action. So that's always worth watching. So tune in for that one. They take on Canada in just over an hour. So we will sign off for now. Thank you, Tamika, for your input there. It was
No worries, Paul.
awesome.
Thanks for having me. It's great.
Okay, welcome to the afternoon session, the 2:30 playoff. Very exciting last 16 for the men's. We have a very exciting last 16 between Egypt and Canada. So before we introduce the teams, I'd just like to remind you of the obvious admin. If you could just quickly check your phones, make sure your phones are on silent so we don't have any interruptions during the game. And also if you could restrict your movement when the players are playing so we don't get distracted on that side of things as well. Okay, so without further ado, let's introduce our home team for today, which of course is very famous, Egypt. And playing today we've got Mostafa Asal, Mazum Hesham, and Karim Abdel Gawad. Please give a big round of applause as they come out of the court. We've got, of course, to get Ellie for who's resting today. Thank you. And their opponents today, we have Canada. And leading us off is David Baillargeon, Salah Man, Connor Turk, also with Graham Schnell. Give them a big round of applause, please. Come on. Welcome to the Canadian team. While they're going on for their pictures, we're in very safe hands today because we not only have 2 referees, we actually have 3 referees. So I think we're in very, very safe hands. Andrea Santa Maria, Diraj Singh, and Amos Jung, welcome. I'm going to be passing over to you. Take us away. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, we're back in action here on day 3 of this WSF World Squash Team Championships. Already seen the women's match on this glass show court. Malaysia came back from a game down against Japan to secure their spot in tomorrow's quarterfinals against England. And now it's the Egyptian men taking on Canada. As you can imagine, this is a very strong lineup from the Egyptians. They're actually resting Ali Farag today, so I don't think it's going to impact them too heavily. The order of play is 1-3-2. So Mostafa Asal on court now, just knocking up with David Baillargeon. Karim Abdel Gawad takes on Connor Turk, number 3 string, and if required, the third match will be between Mazen Hesham and Salah El Torman. So I know my money's on. What about you, Parky?
Afternoon, Paul.
Hello.
I'm going to go with Egypt, I think, on this one. Yeah, I don't know why. It's a gut feeling.
Well, it's an unreal lineup, isn't it?
It is.
It is an unreal lineup, and same in the women's, obviously. You could almost imagine if they sent a second team, they'd probably be number 2 seeds, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't want to be too dismissive of Canada. There's some very good players here.
Well, yeah, in particular, Baillargeon is no stranger to mixing in with the big guns, and he's a consummate professional. Baillargeon, he'll be definitely to cause some problems for Mostafa Asal, who's been in decent form here. Excuse me.
You okay?
I think so. Yeah, he's been in absolutely sensational form here in Hong Kong, picking up the title on the weekend. That match against Ali Farag was just sublime.
Yeah, he's 28 years of age now, Baillargeon. He's a lot of experience playing for Canada, not just in world teams and also Pan American Games. Actually born in Quebec City. He's got a decent ranking of 51, around 50 mark. As you say, he's been mixing up with some of the big boys for quite a while now. He's no stranger to this level, but Mostafa Asal is, as you said earlier, a ridiculous level, taking it to new levels.
Yeah, he's a fascinating chap to be around. Actually, I was actually just chatting to him before the match. He came in his Ray-Bans and looking pretty chilled. He's quite an interesting character in a good way.
He's very smiley off the court, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's very...
he's a lovely bloke.
Do you think he's going to go full throttle here and try to win as convincingly as possible, or stay in second gear?
Yeah, I think he'll get the job done pretty clinically. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine he's going to spend any unnecessary time on the court. If he can get this job done sooner rather than later, he'll be doing that.
Yeah, and the coach, Esha Malatar, will be saying that, I would feel, just try to get the job done as efficiently as possible. Imagine being the coach of that team. I mean, a fairly easy job, I would say.
Yeah.
But probably not, in a way. Just you have a different kind of problems, I guess, with players of that calibre.
Yeah, I suppose his biggest task is to decide who's not going to play in the semis and finals, because everyone will be keen.
Started 15 seconds.
Yeah, I guess it's almost like being the coach of the U.S. basketball team or something similar at the Olympics.
WSF World SquashTV Championship 2024 men's round 1 match. Mustafa Asal of Egypt to serve. Karim, Baillargeon of Canada to receive. Best of 5 games lower.
It's a good start for Asal. He's noticed that his opponent's a left-hander.
Tell you what I've noticed though, Parky, and I'm very keen to get your take on this. I think it's becoming more of a common occurrence for people, for the pros to serve to somebody's forehand.
You think?
Yeah, I'm noticing it happen more and more.
I've not noticed that, but I will look out for it. So, you do tend to notice some really strange things, don't you? You told me a lot of things like that last night.
Hand out, 1 love.
Well, I've noticed something else that, again, I'm keen to get your input on. So the classic way to have the country across the back of your shirt, which is one of the rules, you have to have your country name on the back. Egypt have just gone classic with the word Egypt horizontally. Now, Canada, there's two things going on here. First of all, it's written vertically.
Yeah.
And secondly, which is something I'm finding a little bit uncomfortable, is that it's offset. It's across to the right side of the shirt.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one, isn't it?
It is.
Not sure why they've done that.
2 love.
Maybe have a word with Mr. Baillargeon afterwards. I'm sure it's not at the forefront of his mind right now.
Well, he can't see it, can he? So it's probably not as distracting for him as it is for us. Might not even be aware of it.
Well, the thing for the Canadian is he's got the first 2 points on the board. Asal the third with that miss hit from the Canadian.
1-2.
Oh, do drop in. Very
Take
useful
that.
against something like Asal.
3-1.
Take it. Oh,
We've done it
my
again.
word.
Can you believe it?
That is, I have never seen that in such close succession. Can you get a third? Went for it. Two absolute rollers in the back of the court. I mean, one is lucky enough. Just looks a little bit, I don't know whether he's nervous, but he's just not quite got into gear here, does he, Asal?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a sluggish start. Yeah, I guess it's an interesting one, really. I mean, Asal will be very confident that he'll get this job done. Whereas Baillargeon, this is a massive opportunity for him, isn't it, to get stuck in against, even though he's not world number one at the minute, he's playing the best squash on the planet in the men's side of the game.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a hangover, couldn't it, from winning in Hong Kong last week? Not literally a hangover, but a squash hangover.
Hand out, 2-6.
One thing's for certain, Mostafa Asal will improve here. Whether it'll be in time to wrap up this first game remains to be seen.
Oh,
As we've said, Baillargeon is a very, very decent player. Knows his way around the squash court. He's got some good skills.
oh.
Good gap.
Chopping it in nicely, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's being very aggressive.
He's playing very freely, isn't he?
Ooh. These players need to stop it in that towel box.
It's really noisy, isn't
Yeah,
it?
goes straight through
Really
you.
loud. At least you know you've hit it down.
Right. Oh, he's ripped it past him. He was expecting that one to be going in towards the nick.
Yeah, he shaped up for it, didn't he? It was very deceptive from Asal. Of course, you would have seen it go in the nick quite a few times on TV. That's well played. Well played from the Canadian. He's looking good here.
And out, 7-4.
That's a lucky shot.
And out, 5-7.
He's gone for it.
It was a bit ambitious, high risk.
6-7.
Speculative, wasn't it? Yeah, it's a lovely shot. You can see Asal just a little bit annoyed with himself. The ball was too short, that cross court. Got punished.
Oh,
That's
wonderful.
Beautiful, beautiful hands from the Canadian. Oh, we knew he could play, but Mostafa Asal has been taken by surprise a little bit here.
Yeah, he came out firing. Asal did respond, but Baillargeon still managing to keep that little bit of daylight on the scoreboard.
Very useful for the Canadian. Asal absolutely thumping that into the bottom of the tin. 4 game balls for Baillargeon and Canada.
So to Egypt.
One saved.
And out, 7-10, game ball.
Quite deceptive, isn't he, on that forehand side
Forehand,
with the
yeah.
open stance. Like a lot of lefties. Really picking the pace up now. So just not finding the lines though, is he?
Not quite. Not yet.
Not yet. Took a bit of a hit there from the racket of Asal, which you wish that upon anyone, would you, Paul?
No.
He seems to be okay with a pretty high pace, Baillargeon. Oh, that's a good get.
So to Egypt.
Was clawing his way back here, Mostafa Asal.
8-10, game ball.
But Baillargeon might just be starting to question how this is going to end up, this first game.
Careful, the skid
Yeah,
posts
force it there,
don't work on these courts.
9-10, game ball.
So just a single game ball left for the Canadian. Lovely shot.
Yeah, just didn't quite get the drop shot as low as he normally does, Baillargeon, into that corner.
10-all, Abdel must win by 2 points.
A little bit tentative perhaps, and it's given Asal a sniff here. So into the tie break.
errors have started to flow now for Baillargeon.
11-10, game ball.
Difficult to see Asal letting this go now, isn't it? It's 5 points unanswered.
It is. It is. Baillargeon did so well to get that 8-5 lead. Looked pretty much for all of the game. He's not going to win the game because that's a stroke. He was pretty much in front the whole time, the Canadian. It's impressive in the end for Asal to win that first.
Yeah, he snapped into focus. Refused to lose another rally, didn't he, from 10-6 down. 11 minutes, pretty entertaining stuff, but it's Asal takes it 12-10.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Resume in 30 seconds. Is it in 1 game to go?
Well, Parky, I'd be amazed if we didn't see a bit of a sharper start to this game from Mostafa Asal after stealing the first game from Baillargeon. 4 game balls there. So he'll probably be feeling a little bit miffed.
Yeah, I think he is gonna push it a little bit.
We saw a slow start to the first game from Ali Farag yesterday. Lost the opening game.
Well, he was
Japanese number 1.
He was slow throughout the whole match, wasn't he? He managed to win, obviously, but just looked very, very fatigued.
Yeah, bit of a laboured performance.
Yeah, a lot more fatigued than Asal does. I mean, Asal in that first game just didn't seem to be sharp, you'd say. He didn't particularly look fatigued, but it's not as sharp as he normally is.
Oh, that's ridiculous recovery. Enjoying himself out there in Asal.
I'm enjoying myself watching him. It's great when he gets into these modes.
Look at that for a shot.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably the shot of the day. he was just checking that everyone saw that, even though it didn't really matter. What would you be saying if you were in Baillargeon's corner?
I mean, it's really difficult, isn't it? How would you plan your tactics? What's he talking about? Smell?
I said something smelly. It's a bit rude.
Well, if you look through the side wall there is actually a food and beverage outlet. It's quite close to the court, that.
True.
It reminds me of the, it's actually no longer there, but the National Squash Centre in New Zealand, which is where I would coach day in, day out when I was a national coach. There was a subway in there, and it just absolutely stunk constantly.
It's not good when you're trying to train, is it? And play matches.
Quite a distinctive smell of Subway.
Brilliant bit of trickery there from Asal. That's when you know he's starting to feel relaxed, and it's a little bit worrying for you as an opponent.
Yeah, coming back to the tactics, Parky, I mean, how do you plan your tactics against someone like Mostafa Asal? He seems to have 3 or 4 different personas where he can, like in the tournament last week, you watched him play Joel Makin, and his straight line work down that backhand wall was just unreal, how tight, and he was just happy to just chip it up and down that wall, carving it in, making it stick.
Yeah, playing that attritional game that he's not really known for.
Yeah.
But he can do it, can't he?
Yeah. But then the second game he comes on and is whipping it across and boasting it and, you know, flashing it into the nick. You just don't know what's going to come next. It's amazing, really.
Yeah, quite scary for the rest of the tour. I mean, there's 2 different questions, aren't there? There's what would David Baillargeon do against Asal, and what would players that maybe have a more realistic chance of winning the match, like Farag and Elias. What is the way to beat Asal? Well, do you know?
Well, I've never managed to achieve it. I mean, your number one focus would just be to try to take away any sort of angles or time for him to play with.
Or just do that.
Yes.
No angle on that at all. Very, very low and tight. Great shot from the Canadian.
It's outrageous skill.
He's got very high preparation, hasn't he? Baillargeon on his forehand side. Gets it there very early as well, which is good to see.
I know he was working with Rob Martin. I'm not sure if he still is or not. But
well, he's a great advocate of that, so you can definitely see that.
Oh, he's made it. Right off the bumper strip.
I'm not sure how, yeah. Oh, that was just breathtaking, wasn't it? The speed at which that volley boast went in there. And he's certainly no slouch, Baillargeon.
And out, 9-5.
Poor error, really.
10-5, game ball.
It's under the caution, Baillargeon just snatching at a couple.
Yeah, he's just not getting the time that he would like on the ball. You know, obviously you can see he's got good technique, good control, but Asal just snuffing out those those opportunities.
And out. 6-10 involved.
Oh, wow. Yes. Casually just whops it into the nick.
His teammates certainly enjoyed that one. Still 3 game balls here though for Asal. Brilliant.
Yeah, that bite on the ball off the strings. Much more dominant in that second game. Mostafa Asal takes him 9 minutes, gets the job done 11-7, and now leads by 2 games to love.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. They will resume in 30 seconds. If it leads 2 minutes to the lower.
Two-love lead for Mostafa Asal.
I'm not sure you've answered my question yet, Paul.
What was it? How do you beat it? How do you beat Mostafa Asal?
I think you just said something about keeping it tight. Do you think varying the pace works? I mean, obviously, it's a no-brainer in terms of everything. Every tactic you try has to be done with great quality. So whether it's an Ali Farag style or an Elias style or a Paul Cole style, it has to be done with great quality, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think you probably need to be very accurate and consistent for long enough for Asal to potentially go off the boil mentally or lose his focus. Thinking back to the final last week, Asal won 3-1. The 3 games that he won were phenomenal. The game that he lost against Ali Farag, he just seemed like he'd gone walkabouts mentally. So a bit of a switching off.
Yeah, and that's he can still do that, can't he? Occasionally,
yeah,
at that level. I mean, he's still young, isn't he? But he's getting more and more mentally tough and having less times like that in matches. And it's enabling him to win events like last week. think with... Oh, he's got it. It's the dive.
Ooh, I was going to say he's not getting the next one, but Asal put it straight back across the court to him.
Gentlemen, don't raise your hands during the rally.
What? The guy is diving there.
Yeah.
The court is
Select. Both services, please.
You have to call this quicker.
Well, the issue here is that Baillargeon dived across the floor, left a sweat patch, and the players were trying to signal to the referee that I needed to stop the rally. The referees...
Well, they have a point, don't they?
Told them off for raising their hands in the middle of the rally. I mean, they were both doing it.
Yeah, it needs to be. The rally needs to be stopped immediately.
Yeah. Common sense must prevail.
But going back to what you were saying, I think duration is important, isn't it, against Asal? Getting at least over that hour mark,
Yeah.
if possible. And that's obviously why there's not many players that have had success, but Ellie Farag and Paul Cole and occasionally Diego have been able to keep them on court for a long time.
2-all. Down. 3-2.
Do you think he's as fit as some of those other rivals? Because sometimes I have debates with people about his fitness, but he plays such an explosive game, doesn't he? Yeah, he's going to get a little more tired, perhaps, than somebody like Farah.
Yeah. Yeah, he throws himself around a lot, doesn't he?
Certainly does.
I don't think you'd, if you were talking about the fittest squash players on the planet, I don't think his name would feature in the top 2 or 3. I mean, you're looking at the Makins and Coles, Farags.
But I think he's getting stronger, fitter. I mean, he's strong. He's always been strong.
Yeah.
I think he's getting fitter.
We did talk about that actually in his post-match interviews. That he's had some issue with his finger, hasn't he?
Mm.
So he said that he'd not actually been hitting balls for about 3 or 4 weeks, but instead put a lot of physical work in.
Well, it's paid off, hasn't it? That's for sure.
Defo.
He's got a bit of a knock for his troubles there, Baillargeon. Nice little flick from the Canadian. It's a little bit scrappy in this third. A few stoppages, but Baillargeon's done well to stay in set on the scoreboard. Got some lovely lines, isn't he, Baillargeon?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Very accurate.
I've quite enjoyed seeing at this event so far, Parky, is the fact that for example, here you've got the Egyptian men taking on the Canadian men.
Great rally.
On the bench, you've got the Egyptian and Canadian women's team have come along to support, which is, I mean, it's probably fairly obvious that they would do that, but it just adds to it, because just to remind the viewers that this is the first ever time that a World Team Championship has been held for both men's and women's.
Yeah, it's great to see.
So it's doubled the size of the bench and the supporters behind the court, which is really cool.
It's brilliant, and it makes it probably feels a little bit more like the Commonwealth Games or Pan Am Games.
Yeah.
Where there's obviously mixed events there, and you know, if the women aren't playing, then obviously the men would reciprocate. The women are playing their matches. It's fantastic support. I know for a fact that's been happening a lot. That happens all the time with England. They're very supportive of each other, men and women.
Mm.
going over the half an hour mark, talking about duration, and that is an absolute roller. That was phenomenal from Baillargeon. He's hit 2 lucky ones in the back of the court, but there's no luck involved in that.
Oh, here we go. The Philadelphia.
Asal will, you can tell he's a bit miffed that his opponent's stolen his thunder.
And out, 7-4.
Might go up a gear here, Asal.
I think so. We want to put this to bed. Speaking of thunder, absolutely nails that ball down the forehand wall.
Well, he crunched it, but there was just a little bit of disguise on it as well, wasn't there? So there was just no chance.
Yeah, a little bit of hold in there as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of hold, Parky, could you just explain to the viewers what we mean when we talk about hold?
Well, it's just getting there nice and early, so you've got time for early racket preparation. Hold the racket in position so that it's difficult for the opponent to know what's going to happen next, basically. You've got options, haven't you? So you're there with the same backswing, plenty of options.
Yeah, it's quite subtle. Often from outside of the court, you're not fully aware of what's going on, but when you're on the receiving end of it, it's brutal.
The word with his bench there. Suddenly, we're in a position where the Canadian has another couple of game balls.
See this coming, Packy?
Absolutely not.
Oh!
Wow, what a shot. You can hear it, mainly the Canadian women there.
Gone wild.
It's probably Holly Norton.
Yeah.
And quite rightly so. What a third game that for David Baillargeon.
Well, he had 4 game balls in the first, couldn't capitalise on any of them, but he's made no mistake there. Beautiful backhand drop to get it across the line. So he's pulled the game back, 11-8. So Sal now leads by 2 games to 1.
They will resume in 60 seconds. They will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. Egypt leads 2 games to 1. Canada to serve. No.
You bounce the ball as fast as that ball. I bet you can.
No, I can't. talking there, Parky, that you spotted Asal getting a bit animated with his bench towards the end of that game. What do you think?
I wouldn't say
Is there a reason for this?
I wouldn't say animated. He was communicating with him. He just looked a little bit sort of confused, really, when he was getting ball down in that last third. Just trying to get a bit of help, I guess. I mean, it took him all by surprise, including Asal. Yeah, he's not going to go away that easily, this talented Canadian.
No, absolutely not.
And out, 1 all.
Yeah, leave it all out there.
Down.
Sometimes he just overstretches a little bit, doesn't he, and tries a bit too much. He's played a couple of those in this match. He does have good hands. The temptation is there, but just a bit overstretched. He just slaps it in so quick, doesn't he?
Slaps it in. I was thinking, what word can I use? You've nailed it, Parky.
Thanks. Quite often he misses the nick, doesn't he, Sal? But it's such an angle on it. And talking of angles, that's better.
Angle of the racket face.
Just the right amount of stretch, a comfortable stretch there for Baillargeon.
He's nodded himself there, and he quite
Should
rightly
be.
so.
It was a huge opportunity. Ball was short from Asal. Just chopped it in two there, Baillargeon.
Again,
5-2.
it's an error from the Canadian. Not managed to build on the way that he finished off that third game, has he?
Not so far. Came out pretty strong in terms of his sort of demeanour, but just a couple of errors here and there, a couple of forced errors. That is brilliant on the stretch from Asal.
6-2.
So quick with the wrist.
7-2.
It's given him a bit of a wake-up call. Finding himself still out there, not being able to close it out in the third game. Something else, come on, do it, meaningful this.
Inside out forehand.
Yeah, brilliant shot. I was expecting a Philadelphia,
Yeah, same here.
also known as a corkscrew. Why is it called a corkscrew?
No idea.
It's because of the spin that it goes on the ball.
And out, 6-8.
Lee Beecham used to do corkscrews all the time in practice. Incredibly irritating.
Yes,
Irretrievable. The ball just
Good ones as well.
basically stuck to the back wall.
6-8.
He had a very annoying way of calling it as well. As the ball was in the air, just mention that. You're not going to get that back, mate.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Yeah. But yeah, I think he just used to say, yeah, just leave that. Just leave that.
Down.
It's going to be too good for you, that one.
Yeah, just leave it.
4-8. Yes, yes.
I didn't think he was going to ask there, Asal. But,
4-8.
he's got the left ball. It was a good line from Baillargeon. How hard do you think Asal can hit his forehand? Bearing in mind that the current world record is, I think, 175 miles an hour or something. I don't know.
Is that Cameron Pilley?
Cameron Pilley. But obviously, there's been a few years since he's been on the tour, and Asal is, you'd have to say, is the hardest hitter.
Definitely.
Do you think he goes into the 180s? I don't know. Who knows? He's got 6 match balls here.
Be a good shootout though, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. What a finish. It's beautiful stuff there from Baillargeon. Not admired by Asal particularly. He just wants to get this match finished.
Just thinking, whenever I hear Cameron Pilley's name come up, and now I hit the ball, do you remember he hit it into his brother's back?
I did see that. Yeah, that was. It makes me wince even now thinking about it.
Dear me.
Absolutely nuts.
What a stunt.
Maybe we'll set it up a similar sort of thing with you and Asal.
Yeah, I'm busy that day, mate. Washing
Shirt
my hair.
off.
Yeah, that's not going to come back. Oh, it did. I thought that looked like it was going to die in that back right corner of the court. It's top of the tin.
Another good rally though. Great effort from Baillargeon.
Yeah, it was good effort from the Canadian, but just too many errors really in that last game. In particular, allowed Mostafa Asal to take complete control of proceedings in this #1 string match. 42 minutes it was entertaining, and it was Mostafa Asal got it in the bank. 12-10, 11-7, 8-11, 11-5. So number 3 seeds on now. Connor Turk. He's got his work cut out against Karim Abdel Gawad. Difficult to see any other outcome than a 2-0 Egyptian win, but you never know, Parky.
That's very true, Paul. Yeah, Connor Turk, actually, I remember his dad, Gene Turk, says here that he was coached a little bit by his father. But yeah, when I played for England in the early days, Gene Turk, his father, was playing for Canada.
Yep.
And latterly, I think, was the coach. Haven't seen his son play, Connor. He's not been in the top 100 yet. But it's around the sort of 150 mark, Connor Turk.
Around like 153, something like that. Gawad's a smooth operator, isn't he?
He certainly is. Never changes his facial expression. I think even when he won that World Championship, he still had the same look on his, same expression on his face. No, he's great. He's great to watch. Great attitude, and obviously his skill levels are second to none. Gawad plays the game in the right way. It's going to be a good experience. Hopefully, you know, not too comfortable for Gawad. It's going to be a good experience for Connor Turk and a learning experience.
Scally Farag in the background there, taking a seat. He's been given a day off today.
Going into a bit of a coaching role today while he rests. Supportive role.
WSF World Squad Team Championship 2024. Best 1 match. First swing, quarter third of Canada to serve. Having power of Egypt to receive. Best of 5 games. Number.
Well, here we go. Sure, he's absolutely fired up for this.
Yeah, it's a great experience, isn't it, for him?
I want it to last as long as possible.
Oh, there's the support. First point on the board for the young Canadian. I say young, he's actually 30 years of age, but they're all young compared to us, Paul.
I wish I was 30.
Some lovely stuff here from Connor Turk.
About 1-3.
Gawad just prepared to be fairly patient here so far. This tie against Canada. He's just seen his teammate Mostafa Asal get the first rubber on the board for Egypt. So a win here for Gawad would seal it for Egypt. Long way to go though, Paul.
A long way to go. And if Gawad manages to lose this match, still Mazen Hesham waiting in the wings to try to get that all-important second victory on the board.
Perfect length and width there from Gawad. Still looking extremely casual on here.
One thing we do know, Parky, is that whoever does win this match between Egypt and Canada will be not just through to the quarter-final stage tomorrow, but also on the outdoor court. I'm looking forward to that. Getting out there.
Yeah, same here. It's especially pretty cold on the weekend, but we've got another couple of days that will be a decent temperature, Thursday, Friday. Hopefully those weather predictions will prove to be wrong.
Well, the Egyptian women's team are guaranteed to be the opening match on that, because they actually got a bye through to the quarter-final stage, so they will take on either Canada or France, and the winner of this match will take on either Pakistan or Germany. All matches from there will be shown live on SquashTV.
Who do you think will win that Pakistan-Germany match?
That is a great question, Parky, because
could be quite tight, couldn't it?
You've got Pakistan, who beat the host on there, Hong Kong, China.
Yeah.
Match is actually going on as we speak.
Hello.
The number one string, Rafael Kandra, in 59 minutes managed to beat Mohammed Asim Khan 11-9 in the fifth. How about that? Blimey.
It's a great start for Germany.
Yeah. But the other interesting thing about that match is you've got Simon Rosner in the mix, who's a bit of an unknown quantity, isn't he? You never quite know at what sort of level. You know, he's obviously retired from the PSA tour, keeping himself in decent nick.
No pun intended. Yeah, I mean, he can beat anyone in that team. I would imagine it's not like he's playing against Egypt or England, perhaps with France, with some top-ranked players. He's playing against some good players, but players that are more 50 to 100 in the world. So he definitely have a good fancy himself there. It's just a question of his fitness, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so good at that shot. He played that shot earlier as well, and follow through. Everything about it is just he's doing one as well there, Turk.
Yeah, so soft in the hands.
Yeah.
Freedom. Manipulate that racket face and therefore the ball into all parts of the court. Difficult to read. Closing in on this opening game, isn't he? Oh, that's a rotter.
It's an open goal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It really was. A brilliant drop shot from Turk, and he really got Gawad moving.
The opportunity, didn't he?
Certainly did. 4 game balls then for Gawad and Egypt.
Once again, that wicked forehand boast from the racket of Karim Abdel Gawad. Finishes off the game beautifully there. 8 minutes, the first game. Gawad takes it 11-8. take a 1-game-to-love lead.
Play will swing in 60 seconds. Play will swing in 20 seconds. One game to love. Love. And out. One love.
Gawad looking pretty casual, relaxed out there, which is a recipe for spectacular squash. Oh yes. And he couldn't have taken his racket back much higher there, could he? And just slides the ball into that front forehand corner.
Yeah, typical Gawad. Brilliant to see. We talk about Asal being one of the most explosive players ever. Do you think that Gawad is one of the most relaxed players ever?
Somebody slightly better than him, and I want you to try to tell me what I'm thinking about.
Shabana?
Correct.
Well, he's definitely up there. Yeah,
He,
so smooth, isn't he?
yeah, he seamlessly replaced Shabana as my favourite player on the tour to watch. Love the relaxed way of, you know, the smooth movement and silky racket work. But I do think if I was given a choice, it would be Shabana all day.
Yeah, I think he's still a lot of people's favourite player, Hamid Shabana.
Do you know, I've actually told this story a couple of times. I know you like my stories, Parky.
Oh, I love them.
But at World Team Championships in, what would it have been? It was in Dalian in China. Myself and Vanessa Atkinson were commentating there, and there was 6 glass courts at this venue.
6?
Yeah.
Wowzers.
And on the main glass court that we were commentating on, there was a referee and the teammates watching. That was it. The crowds were absolutely dire. But on one occasion, I sort of had a little look upstairs where the other 4 glass courts were, and there was this huge crowd watching a match. And I thought they were watching a match. And I thought, wow, who's this playing? And it was Shabana having a hit. He was there as the coach.
Doing some solo.
No, he was having a hit with Renee.
Oh, wow.
I was just sat there in awe watching him.
That would draw in the crowds.
Yeah, wonderful stuff to watch. Biggest crowd that we saw all week.
Bit of a pirouette there from Gawad on the tee.
4-all.
Turk staying with him in the second game.
He's doing okay, isn't he?
Oh, that was a bit too casual.
5-4.
Bit of an odd one.
Saving his legs.
Well, it's gone completely walkabouts here.
7-4.
Gawad. I mean, almost questioning whether there's a problem. Something's wrong with him. We saw that one rally where he didn't chase the ball, and then it's just popped two straight into the tin. Let's hope it's just a bit of a concentration malfunction.
Yeah, I mean, he's not under much pressure. Turk's not doing a lot wrong. It's nothing against him, but the pace isn't massively high, is it?
Oh, he read it as well.
He was all over it.
Too much so, I think. Overran the ball. Oh, yes. Got it back, though. What are you laughing at?
Sounded like Churchill.
7-4.
A little bit too much wrist on that attempt to dig it out. What's he going to do here?
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just starting to flow a little bit more now, isn't he, Gawad?
Length. Making the cut. Massive for his opponent there.
9-7.
A wry smile there from Turk. He did a lot of work. He did really well in that rally.
Put a huge amount into it. Gawad's back in the driver's seat, isn't he?
Yeah.
Um, 10-7. Game on.
3 game balls now. Oh yeah,
That's a beauty.
yeah, that was
8-10. Game
an
on.
example of great hands from the Canadian this time.
There you go.
Short-lived comeback.
Whatever you can do, I can do it better though.
2 games to play.
Just practice that
Serve.
serve. Needs to be a little bit wider, Paul.
He's having another go at it, look. That's better. That's a good serve, yeah. 8 minutes. Second game. And it's Gawad. Takes it 11-8. Had to come back from a few careless errors there, but he's in control here after 17 minutes, leading by 2 games to love.
could I please remind people you cannot speak on a mobile phone
Play will resume in 60 seconds.
inside the football club, please. So put it on silent. I want you to text, but please do not speak on the phone. Thank you.
Play will resume in 30 seconds.
Egypt on the brink here, making it through to the quarter-final stages. So let's change at the front of the court there from two players. Turk got the better of it. Hopefully they'll more counter drop. Was that a deliberate trickle boast, or was it supposed to be a drop, do you
It's
think?
supposed to be a drop, but it had the desired effect. Turk was nowhere near it.
Here he goes again. Oh, he's on the run.
There he is. Oh, all in vain though, Paul.
2-1.
Oh, yes!
That is, it's a wry smile coming in from Turk, but I mean, he just didn't even start to move, did he? You couldn't hear the ball touch the strings; it just disappeared.
Yeah. Delicate.
Let's come for it again. Very rare that you see Gawad lose his balance like that.
And now, 2-3.
It's like when you think back to Jamshid Khan, I can't ever remember him being off balance.
And now, 4-2.
You don't often see people lose the balance when they're just walking around there, do you? Which is what he would do.
Yeah. Especially against me.
How many times did you play the great Jamshid Khan?
I played him 10 times.
And what was your most successful attempt?
Well, my head-to-head was 9-1. I did.
Oh,
get
you
a win.
beat him?
I did get a win. Yeah.
Holy smoke.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't normally brag about a 9-1 head-to-head, but I don't mind that one.
What event was that in then?
That was in the Dutch Open '91. It's a long, long time ago, Paul. Before you were born.
I wish.
It's before our director was born.
Sorry?
Before our director was born. Oh, he's just snatched at that.
7-2.
A bit speculative, that one.
Yeah, it's only going one way, this, isn't it? That opens up a big lead.
I think you read that, Paul.
I think what he's saying to himself there is about Just got his racket on the ball and just kind of didn't commit to the shot, did he?
He's just got to make
decelerated the racket head.
Just got to make the shot. Sometimes coaching tips can seem very obvious and simple, but you do actually have to get the ball above the table.
Don't think that made it, did it?
No. It's hard to tell sometimes with Gawad because it's so delicate.
That's a great shot.
Oh, he'll enjoy that rally.
4-9.
Yeah, dead as a doornail. Perfect length.
Get that rally clipped and show it to the grandkids.
Yeah. Oh, and that one.
And that. That's me
5-9.
chopping Karim Abdel Gawad.
5-9.
Just block out the scoreboard at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. Put some sellotape over
This is
that.
when I completely owned Karim Abdel Gawad at the World Team Championships. 2 rallies. That for a length.
10-5.
Absolutely gorgeous shot down that forehand wall from Gawad. You could tell as soon as it left the front wall.
As soon as it left the strings.
5 match balls now. Send Egypt through.
Great lift there, Gawad.
It's going to stay tight, yeah. And he needs 1 of his 5 match balls. Nice experience that for Turk. I think he enjoyed himself out there despite the results.
Yeah, he certainly did. Had a few good rallies there against the former world champion.
Well, 25 minutes worth of squash we saw there at number 3 string. It's Karim Abdel Gawad. Seals the deal for Egypt as he takes it 11-6, 11-8, 11-5. Well, we just saw there the Canadians removing the flag from behind the court, so it appears that they're not going to be playing the dead rubber. Mazen Hasham and Salah El Torgman will focus on tomorrow's action. But there's a confirmation of the result. Mostafa Asal comes through in 4 games against David Baillargeon, and we've just seen Karim Abdel Gawad get the job done.
Congratulations to Egypt on their win in the against Canada. Just as a reminder that at 5:30.
Well, there it is, the 2 first matches of the day here. Japan couldn't quite get the job done against Malaysia, despite a fantastic win from Satomi Watanabe at number 1 string, and then Egypt far too good for Canada. So coming up later on in the evening shift, it'll be Simon Park and Chris Gordon giving you the insight and analysis of the Hong Kong-China women taking on Scotland. That could be a very interesting match. And then the local men's team, Hong Kong-China, take on the United States, which also could be a cracker. So do tune in for the action this evening here in Hong Kong. It's guaranteed to be a cracker. So we'll sign off for now. Catch you later.
عايزين يعمل ايه؟ اللي بيضرب من هنا لا مش انا ما بتكلمش على اللي راح للكوره، انا بتكلم على اللي ضرب الكوره من هنا وشافها نطت في اوائل البوكس. لازم يعمل ايه؟ يضرب من هنا، لازم يزق نفسه ده قدام. نعرف نفسنا على ايه اوتوماتيك.
Yeah. Well, I was not using it like that. Oh, yeah. But,
to Robbie for tonight's announcement. But just a couple of housekeeping rules, please, that I'd like to remind you of. One is that you cannot use or speak on the phone in the Hong Kong club, football club at all, I'm afraid. That is the football club rule. So please, no one talking on the phone. But I also ask you to turn your phones to silent during the match so that we don't get any disruption. But I also ask that you don't move about while the rallies are on. If you need to move, please do so between rallies or at the end of the game. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the center court here at the Hong Kong Football Club for the match between Hong Kong, China and Scotland. Please give a warm round of applause for the players from Hong Kong, China. Hong Zilong, Tang Silver, Li Kao and Tong Zilong. Please give a warm welcome for the players of Scotland. Georgia Adderley, Allison Thompson, Robin McAlpine, and Ellie Jones.
welcome back to the WSF World Squash Team Championships 2024 here in Hong Kong, China, at the Hong Kong Football Club. We've already had 2 matches, as you can see the scores. Egypt coming through their men's match against Canada, and Malaysia coming through in the women's match 2-1 against Japan. And we have this 5:30 match, the third of the day, Hong Kong, China up against Scotland in the women. And then Hong Kong will be on again later with the men. And we have the first match in this tie between Scotland and Hong Kong, China. Tomato Ho up against Georgia Adderley, they're just knocking up now. Followed by Tsz-Wing Tong against Ellie Jones. And then should it go to 1-1, there will be a match played between Kai Lee and Allison Thompson. Well, I'm Simon Park, and joining me for this tie is former US international Chris Gordon. Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon, Simon.
How you doing?
Yeah, fantastic. I've just come off my afternoon snack, so I'm rearing to go.
Thought you were a bit lively.
Yeah, now I've got my sparkling water as well, so very excited for this tie. This has potential to really heat up.
Yeah, well, Georgia Adderley has been playing some good squash. She's a very good squash player. She's improving gradually over the last couple of years. 23 years of age, the Scot. And as has Tomato Ho, she is a little older at 29 and has been just outside the top 20 in the world. Tomato Ho, she's a very difficult player to beat, as is Adderley, and I think this is going to be a tasty match, this one, Gordo.
Yeah, no, this shapes up to be really, really interesting. Obviously, Georgia Adderley of Scotland in very good form. She took out Amanda Sobey of the U.S.A. the other night. That's a big scalp for her. She'll gain a lot of confidence from that result. Tomato Ho has obviously been very, very good on the PSA World Tour, and these Hong Kong players tend to be very good at the home events here in Hong Kong. At the Platinum event, the Hong Kong Open, they tend to put on a very good showing, and they will be very familiar with the surroundings here at the football club.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I suppose with the permanent glass court or 3-sided glass court at the sports centre, that's where they train a lot of the time. So very, very comfortable for them. This is slightly different because obviously it's a temporary court, but they do obviously play well in front of a home crowd, don't get too nervous, sort of relish the occasion. So it's going to be a good match because Georgia Adderley, she always relishes the occasion as well, and they're both playing for their countries, so I'm looking forward to this one.
Well, I must say, Parky, we're down into the knockout stage, so it's basically win or go home, and it's great to see because we have a lot of Hong Kong press here for the match tonight. We can see that whole, all the photographers there in the front wall, and they're really, really taking to this World Team Championship.
Absolutely, great to see. The hush in the crowd before the start of this match, and we're away. Scotland versus Hong Kong, China in the last 16 of this Women's World Team event. And that's not a great start for Tomato Ho. Yeah, there's definitely, you mentioned all the photographers there at the front. Definitely a few more in for this evening. It's going to be a great evening.
No, it's great. It's great that we have both these Hong Kong teams, the men and the women, playing back-to-back. It really adds a very high level of expectancy here around the Hong Kong Football Club. I must say, we did see the women's team of Hong Kong play on the first day against I believe it was China, and it was a really it was a really well attended match. You know, it really got the crowd in. So now that we're on to the knockout stage, it's going to go up a couple notches, Parky.
Yeah, and it looks like Georgia Adderley's got herself into the zone a little bit earlier than her opponent today. She's a good match player, Adderley.
Yeah, in a lot of ways this is shaping up to be a great scenario for Adderley because not a tremendous amount of pressure here playing against the host. She's going to fully be aware of how much pressure Hong Kong players are under to produce a result here at home. And she's coming off that great win against Amanda Sobey, so she knows she's playing a really high level of squash the last couple of days.
Yeah, that's going to give you a lot of confidence, isn't it?
Well, I must say, Parky, we are here at the Central Exhibition Court, but there are some great contests going on the side courts right now. One that I certainly have circled is a men's last 16 matchup between the Scottish team and the Colombian team.
Yeah, that's juicy.
Yeah, that's really juicy. Right now, the first on court are the number ones, Greg Laban and Miguel Angel Rodriguez. It's going
to be tight, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, that would bring the fans in anywhere in the world.
5-1.
Maybe not quite as juicy a team matchup, but a great head-to-head on the women's side on the side courts as well. We have Canada and France. And the number one string, Holly Naughton of Canada taking on Melissa Alves of France. That's another good matchup.
Yeah.
Certainly for all the squash fans out there that want to get a couple screens up at one time and monitor a few matches.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit more exciting as we move into the knockout phases. Quality is going to go up as well. There's going to be some tighter matches.
It's a better rally from Ho there. She's moved Adderley around the court. Nice finish. Created really good amounts of space there.
I don't know if you knew this, but Georgia Adderley was, that's a big stretch. She made Scottish squash history a few years back when she became the first Scot for 22 years to win the British Junior title in 2017.
Is that an under-19 title? It does ring a bell, that. I remember seeing some press releases about that.
I'm not exactly sure which, it doesn't say which age group, but...
Who was the last Scot? Peter Nicol?
Doesn't say that either, but
Martin Heath, 22 years ago?
It would have been Pete Nicol probably, yeah. Yeah.
4-5.
You know what? 22 years ago, it wouldn't have been Peter Nicol, because 22 years ago...
He was too old still.
Yeah, he would have been too old, so that's probably going to someone like Alan Klein, potentially.
Yes. Yeah, that's a more accurate shout, I think. Yeah, I forgot Pete Nicol was the same age as me. Very, very old.
Down. 5-0.
It's been a good comeback this from Tomato Ho. She was not looking too good at the beginning of this match. Adderley, on the other hand, was really focused from the word go.
About 6-5.
Yeah, she's settled down nicely here, Ho. She's starting to extend the rallies. She's hitting the targets in the back corner as well, making the court big for Adderley.
She hit that target pretty well as well. Lovely faded volley backhand cross-court drop.
must say, Parky, I think with how poor Tomato Ho's start was, if she's able to get this game, it definitely has huge repercussions for Adderley. Because Adderley was gifted almost half of this game. She's starting to turn the screw, Tomato Ho. She's finally got herself a 2-point cushion. This is the first time in this first game that she's had any breathing room. She's always been playing catch-up up till now.
She's one of those players, Tomato Ho, who doesn't really look like she's doing much, but as you see here, just keeping it nice and simple. She's quite a smooth mover, actually, isn't she? She just keeps it quite efficient.
Yeah, it's nothing too complicated, but the angles are all really good. The ball's always generally fading away from her opponent. It's one of those where just over the course of a rally and a game, the pressure just keeps augmenting and augmenting.
Yeah, there's that shot again, but this time off the bounce into a very almost identical area, the backhand cross-court drop shot. Just fading it, not going for the nick. That's a lovely shot. Lovely skill there.
Yeah, you can't cut it much finer than that, Parky. That was inch perfect.
Used to play football for Scotland, you know, under 17s.
Wow.
Talented.
There's a big push there from Adderley. She made some very powerful movements to stay in that rally.
Crowd are a little bit quiet, aren't they, considering this is a Hong Kong match. Maybe just a little bit nervous. But 2 game balls for their charge here. Tomato Ho. Lovely lift there. Great shot from Adderley. Chance.
Yeah, she's being patient here, Tomato Ho. She's not forcing the issue. I must say, the length of Tomato Ho has been pretty good. Ooh, and that's a big error there.
Just as she slaps it into the tin. So 1 saved for Adderley. Thought this was going to be pretty close, and it's not disappointed as this match.
No, it's been a great first game.
Oh no!
It's a real seesaw battle.
That was very, very useful for Adderley, though. That's a weak out of court shot. So into the tie break in this first match between Scotland and Hong Kong.
Yeah, the physicality of Adderley makes her very difficult to break down on the big points.
It's pretty loose, wasn't it, from
I think Ho potentially dodged a bullet there. Could be an argument for a stroke there.
What a shot. That deserved a big yell, that did, because she anticipated so well, and the actual finish was spot on.
Yeah, it was great movement there. She really stepped into the ball, took it really early.
she's done it. Georgia Adderley, the fist bump is there, and the crowd seems to have gone even quieter as Scotland secure that first game here at the Hong Kong Football Club. Georgia Adderley just sneaking the first game, 12-10 in the tie-break, and she leads by 1-0.
There is 60 seconds. There is 30 seconds.
Well, great first game in the end there for Georgia Adderley. She had a great start, and there was a decent mini comeback from Toronto Ho, but she just couldn't quite do enough in the tie-break.
Yeah, she did a really good job, Adderley, there, of not panicking when she was 10-8 down, saving those 2-game balls. She made sure she just kept the ball in pretty reasonable areas and didn't give Toronto Ho anything too obvious to attack.
Top of the tin, it made the same noise as it would if it hit the front wall, but it popped up. Conceded immediately by Ho. So another solid start here for Adderley. Yeah, too much time at the front of the court, you're going to get punished with a high boast like that. Good delay and hold from Adderley, but a little bit too comfortable.
Yeah, you just get the feeling with Toronto Ho, she's just going ever so slightly passive. And with how positive Adderley's being with her movement and with the volleying around the middle of the court, it's just exacerbating the issue.
Trying something a little bit different there, the flick from the back of the court, but it's all a little bit loose from Ho. Thought that was just slightly generous. Just reacted a little bit late, but it was a loose shot from the Hong Kong national champion. Too good.
Yeah, she's come off the boil here massively, Ho. She played really well to get herself out of that hole in the first game and get herself those 2-game balls, and since then it's gone massively pear-shaped.
It has. 5-love lead here for the Scot. She's playing well though, to give Adderley credit. She's hitting her target. She's moving well. The obviously, you mentioned that win over Amanda Sobey. That's got to give you so much confidence. She's had enough. Had enough of that rally, at least, anyway. It's a little bit strange because I've seen her play quite a few times over the last few years, and she's normally very determined, to matter how.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It just shows what a fine margin it is. You know, she managed to get herself back into that first game, and now that that first game got away from her, she's almost panicked a bit here. She's got his work cut out for him, the national coach, Pete Jennifer.
He has. I'm not sure whether there's just maybe something a little bit amiss with her, maybe feeling a bit under the weather. It's a long towel break. That's a great shot.
Yeah, she's thumped that one in there.
She wasn't interested in rallying though, was she? It was a great shot, but that also tells a story.
Yeah, it's a great finish there from Adderley.
Yeah, very, very positive.
Yeah, she's just whipping the boast around Adderley. Ho is being caught completely flat-footed.
I think she would have got that back for breakfast normally. Those kind of shots.
Normally, I think it's just a scenario where there's so much expectation, and she got herself into that first game, and when she dropped it, she's panicked a little bit.
You think?
I just think if there was something really wrong with her, she wouldn't have been able to play as well as she did for that whole second half of the first game. And it wasn't like there were some massive rallies that massively took the edge off of her. It was more of a focus thing. Because when it came down to once she lost those 2-game balls, she went, to be honest, somewhat soft.
Very much so, and just a bit surprised that Adderley's playing well. She's going about her business. You know, she's doing nothing wrong. She's doing a lot right, but I didn't expect her to be winning the second this easily. It's just
a massive error there, Parky.
Open goal. You can see by the body language from Tomato Ho, it's not particularly positive there. But Georgia Adderley has been extremely positive and is playing tremendously well. She takes the second game 11-1 in 7 minutes and leads by 2 games to love.
the leads, 2 games to love. Now,
Well, this certainly isn't the start the hosts were hoping for, Parky.
Absolutely not. No, I mean, the second game was very poor from Tomato. Let's hope that she can pick it up a little bit for the neutrals and obviously for Hong Kong here. It's going to take a lot to break Georgia Adderley though out of this focus that she's got at the moment. She's playing really, really well.
Yeah, it's been a real misfire. I think we certainly need to see some bigger rallies from Tomato House. She just needs to ball and play a little bit more to just settle her nerves down and, you know, just gain the confidence back.
Yeah.
Because right now, I mean, the line is pretty well off. You see her clipping the side wall pretty consistently, and the ball just shooting into the middle. That's a little bit better.
She must have heard you. That's not going to be allowed. She's not asked. Thought some guy was going to ask if you could have a game of threes there. Quarter.
Yeah, he was just getting inspired by the squash.
Saw Shabini, Hamami and Al Arabi doing the threes earlier and thought that was the way to do it.
Yeah, no, they looked pretty sharp. There was a pretty good crowd there watching them as well.
Yeah. That was great to see. It was lovely to see them getting on so well as well. And it seems to be a really good team spirit. Oh, just missed. It was very positive. It was the right shot, but nothing is going her way at the moment for Tomato Ho.
I must say, this has been a good surprise, Parky. We both thought this was going to be a real classic of a first match.
So to Hong Kong, China. This whole please be that next time. Yeah, but please, if you like, keep her around you, just stop.
I must say, I've never been a real fan of that rule, Parky. It's like you get a stroke for hitting the person, but then you get warned for dangerous play. It just doesn't make sense to me, you know?
I don't think it was dangerous either. I think
No, it certainly wasn't
exactly
dangerous.
like
I just mean just how it's delivered, you know, because you hear it all the time, you know, stroke, but just be more careful. And it's like, well, if I'd stopped and asked, he would have given me a let in that scenario and told me there was room to play it. So,
yeah, it is.
You know,
it's a weird thing.
I just find it a little bit inconsistent in terms of the delivery of the rule. Same with like when you drill the person with the ball, you know.
I always liked it when I got a point for that.
No, obviously, sure, but I mean now in this day and age where they're being a lot stricter about, you know, what strokes they're giving out on the front wall, you know, and you basically drill someone with a massively wide cross court that would almost be a no let, and they're just giving you a stroke, you know, and then warned you not to play it in the future.
You know who I probably hit with the ball more than anyone, by accident, obviously, was Dave Palmer. Say you're on the back right, he'd be almost in the service box.
Oh yeah, well he loved to sort of push over for get on that volley really early.
So yeah, the ball would just consistently go into his leg.
Yeah, surely you must have hit Nick Matthew a few times as well, because he used to.
He did do that as well,
but Palmer was a bit more exaggerated.
Yeah.
I must say, I'm not sure I'd really like. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to be drilling Palmer, you know.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to get on his bad side, to be honest.
I think my battles very well, I don't think.
Yeah, you just like the confrontation, didn't you?
From Yorkshire.
Oh, that is a really lovely angle from Georgia Adderley.
Another thing about Tomato, she strikes me as one of the fitter players usually. Doesn't need these kind of long rests. You see how slow she's walking back to the service box. I'm not sure she's quite right. She's still fighting here.
Well, these next couple points it's really now or never for the player from Hong Kong.
Yeah, she's onto that in a flash. Just a little bit loose there from Adderley.
3-5.
Ho play another Scotswoman in the first round of the Hong Kong Open last week? Did she play Lisa Aiken?
I think you're right, actually. Yeah, Lisa got the win.
Yeah, that was Lisa's.
And then she played Al Arabi.
That was Lisa's sort of return to action with a big victory.
I think you are correct.
It's interesting to note because Lisa Aiken not a part of the Scottish team this week. So just always interesting to see how these things pan out.
Yeah, Tomato will be sick of the sight of the Scottish flag. On home turf as well. Still a bit of work to do though here. We can't write her off yet. And that was a bit of a guess though.
Yeah, it's solid movement there from Adderley. Just getting into that front corner quickly.
Onto the ball nice and early there, Adderley, using a bit of explosive power.
Well, it certainly has been a good start for the Scots because on the men's side of things, just had confirmation that Greg Lobban leads Colombia's Miguel Angel Rodriguez 2 games to love by a pair of 11-7s.
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, you'd back him as the favourite, wouldn't you, Lobban? But it's always tough to get a win against Miguel. Yeah, she's not the races here, Tomato Ho. She's just allowing Adderley to keep playing some really good squash, to be fair. Just getting on with her business in a very positive way. So one match ball save there from Ho. She really does not look happy here. So still 6 game balls, 6 match balls. Work for the Scots. Just clipped him. She clipped the sidewall first, and that was probably the reason why it hit the top of the tin.
Yeah, the shot was on there, Parky. She was in a good position. Still got plenty of breathing room, though, Adderley.
Taking the time with that towel break. So still 5 match balls here. The serve has to be good for Ho. That's a big win and a big yell from Adderley. Scottish lady, that's a huge win against Tomato Ho, and very, very important win for Scotland's women. They'll be absolutely delighted with that, as Adderley takes the first match 12-10, 11-1, 11-5, 3-love in 32 minutes. into the second match of this matchup between Hong Kong, China and Scotland. Scotland have first blood with that fantastic win and fantastic performance from Georgia Adderley against Tomato Ho. 3-love, we thought it might be a little bit closer, but great performance from Adderley combined with a poor one from Ho contributed to that scoreline. Now we have Tsz-Wing Tong up against Ellie Jones in the second match. And of course it's all to play for in a three-person team. It's all to play for. Ellie Jones obviously has the chance to seal the victory for Scotland, but it's going to be a tough ask. 247 in the world, Ellie Jones, 26 years of age. Actually born in England, lives in Cheltenham. She has been up at 143 in the world. Her opponent today, Tsz-Wing Tong, 32 years of age, quite a bit of experience now on the world tour. She has been as high as 37 in the world, so quite a few levels up from Ellie Jones, and is the huge favourite for this match. Try and get Hong Kong back on track. Gordo, have you seen much of Ellie Jones?
I've seen her on and off over the past couple of years. I saw her recently last month in San Jose, Costa Rica at the Costa Rica Open.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Good place to meet up.
Yes, and I actually did see her the week before at the Ciudad de Mexico Open in Squash Delta.
Both of
very
you,
difficult.
Both of you getting around a bit.
Yeah, we're getting around. I enjoy. I generally base my tournament selection off frequent flyer miles available, not just ranking points.
I thought you were going to say you base your tournaments on ones that Ellie Jones is playing, so you can meet up for coffee.
Yeah,
well, seem to be playing all the same events.
Well,
no comment.
Yeah, no comment. Yeah, no comment.
You won't start that rumour. So she's going to need all the support she can get, Ellie Jones here, from her team.
The best of 5 games. Level.
So yeah, a real battle here for Jones.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit of a tough ask when you look at the ranking separation of these two, but that doesn't always come into play in these team events. These team events, the rankings can go out the window a little bit, and it's just, you know, the number 3s of Scotland and Hong Kong playing, and obviously Hong Kong now on the hot seat after losing that first rubber very convincingly.
Absolutely, yeah, just two attempted drop shots gone into the tin from Tong immediately. Just a little bit of nerves, perhaps, just feeling that pressure that you just alluded to. You're absolutely right, though, about sometimes the rankings can be thrown out the window, but if this was going to go Jones and Scotland's way, it would be a huge upset, one of the biggest. That's a great shot.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate there from Tong. She's whipped that in.
Yes, set. 2-4. Stroke the Western China. 3-2.
I think one of the things here potentially that might settle down some nerves for Hong Kong is just Tsz-Wing Tong, generally speaking, is pretty consistent with her level. Her level doesn't seem to fluctuate too much on the PSA World Tour.
Yeah, you're right. She's been consistent. That's a lovely shot. That is not the shot of 247 in the world. It's very astute and very accurate.
Do you think, though, Parky, if Tsz-Wing Tong is able to get this first game and get a good start in the second, she potentially will settle down quite a bit. At this point, with Hong Kong down a rubber in the tie, it's still a little bit edgy for Tong.
Tong is not a professional squash player. She would be a child psychologist. She said she does have a degree in psychology.
Wow, that's not one you hear every day from professional squash players.
She's also a very good artist. If you can just have a look at this, obviously the viewers can't see it. But very impressive picture of a dog there, Chris.
Wow.
A woman of many talents, Tong.
7-3.
Say, if you weren't a professional squash player, Parky, what would you have been?
That's a very good question.
Thinking about this one.
Trying to think of something witty like Peter Crouch, but that's probably not appropriate for SquashTV. I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, no, definitely get back to me on that one.
Not particularly good at anything else, so it's racking my brains.
Racket stringer, maybe?
I tried that when I was a kid. I lasted about 5 minutes and no patience. Can you string rackets?
I can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Got a machine in my bedroom.
You can always fall back on that then.
Yes, it's a good option. They charge some decent cash for that in the States as well. And then if you branch out into tennis rackets, it's even better.
It's pretty expensive in England to make a good living out of that.
When you go off an hourly wage, it's not bad. Just the fingers get a little bit tired. My issue is my fingers start sweating, the string starts slipping.
Fingers are like Keith Richards. Yeah, I think the real professional racket stringers, there's a real knack to how quickly they can do the racket, but with obviously the correct quality.
Sure, no, there's absolutely a skill to it. When you're talking about the elite end of racket stringing.
Don't know how we got into that subject. Back to this match. She's doing okay here, Jones. As we said, there's a huge difference in rankings here. The Scottish woman hanging in tough. It's nice. Quite deceptive that was. Close to the body. I thought that might have gone in for a little boast, but knocked it straight. That was a very strange error from a woman of her ability.
Yeah, it's been a good little patch here from Jones. She's just kept the ball in play and made things difficult for Tong. She's sensing the kind of pressure the lady from Hong Kong is under. Yeah, and that is an enormous error from Tong. Not really an error you'd expect to see her make.
Yeah, I think she's made around 6 unforced errors in this game, so it's quite difficult to believe she's 9-8 up here, Tong. But
well, it looked like she'd settled in after a bit of a rocky start. Now, as Ellie Jones has just gotten stuck in. Tong's come off the boil. Well, that was a better rally from Tong. She worked the ball around a little bit more systematically.
Well, it was very important that she made that drop shot, wasn't it? She's just made far too many errors, but she's got 2 game balls here in this first. Can she close it out first time of asking? Yes, she can. She can. She just had to make sure that those drop shots go in with a bit of margin for error. And that roar from Tong was one of relief, really, as she comes through in the first game. 11-8 in 9 minutes and leads by 1 game to love.
Well, Parky, I think getting that first game will really settle down Tsz-Wing Tong. She was really up and down there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there was, I didn't count them, but I think there's at least 6 or 7 unforced errors, and to still win a game is impressive, but she's got to cut that out. She's got to play to her level now, at least, and try to dispatch Jones. Jones, though, as you said, she's done really well. Got pretty close in that first. She was Asian champion in 2021, Tong, so she's got the pedigree.
Yeah, we talked about this the other day, how playing at home, it can be a bit of a double-edged sword. It can either really up your level with the support you're getting, or it can create a lot of pressure mentally. Start gripping the racket a little bit too tight.
Oh, that is a beauty. That is an absolute beauty. Was it you that was saying you want to learn how to play that shot?
I think it could be. It's certainly not a shot I have in my repertoire.
It's never too late.
It's never too late. I'm not sure it would work for you on the racquetball court, though.
The racquetball court.
Squash 57s, yeah. And for all the Squash 57s purists out there, I have to apologize.
I love the fact that you make it plural as well, Squash 57s. Yeah, this is much better from Tong. It was pretty loose, wasn't it, from Tong? To be fair, the drop shot was poor.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one though, Parky. I think that's really a no let or a stroke.
Yeah, that from Jones's side, she didn't really make too much effort, did she?
Yeah, it was one of those where if you're gonna give a let, it had to be a stroke because there's no way to play the ball.
Sure.
It's a big error there from Tong, though. It's
an easy error, isn't it?
Yeah, she's just getting the angles wrong.
Yeah.
She's just off the boil a little bit.
Yeah, she's got to go and play that. Do you agree with that, no let? I think she should have gone and played it.
Yeah, I agree with it's probably no let. I'm not sure about the consistency of the call after the other one.
Sure.
You know, I think if you're giving a let on the other one, this one probably has to be a let as well. Yeah, Tong just not quite finding the clean line into the back corner of the hitting. Her hitting's been a little bit patchy tonight, Tong's. Been edgy, hasn't it, Parky?
Yeah, I think she can definitely play up a couple of levels. It is tough, though, when you're playing somebody maybe a lot lower than you in the rankings. There's just that bit of added pressure. Perhaps doesn't know too much about Jones. She's bubbling under. She's just about getting there, Tong, in terms of her level.
Well, with each game, she's improving, Tong.
Oh,
it's a vicious boast.
It was a cross-court.
It was cross-court.
That's a cross-court volley drop.
Well, it ended up in fading into the other side wall.
You must have just briefly taken your eyes off the screen there, Gordo. I'll help you out.
And I need all the help I can get.
Yeah, it's well finished. It's almost with a bit of disdain there, wasn't it? Well, if you're going to give me that, then I'm going to do this to it.
Yeah, it's better from Tong. She pushed up the court. It was more aggressive in the hitting.
Yeah, things are starting to go the way of the Hong Kong player now, quite quickly.
Yeah, this is exactly what Tong needed. This is going to settle her down quite tremendously.
Is that good? Looked pretty good. Looked very good. Very confident shot there from Jones. That was a poor error there from Jones. Just an attempted boast there going into the floor. As you said, Gordo, that will be very encouraging for Tong. He's coming through quite easily, comfortably in that second game. 11-4 in 8 minutes. She leads by 2 games to love.
Oh, Parky, Tsz-Wing Tong. Well, I was going to say she would have settled down quite substantially after going 2-love up, but she's really misjudged that one. Not sure if that was a cross-court nick attempt or a leisure center both, but either way, it wasn't going anywhere.
That's a lovely shot. Just pointed to the head there, Jones. As I said earlier, she has been a lot higher in the world. She's been up to 147, I think it was, Jones.
1-2.
It's a whiff.
Yeah, she misjudged that one, Parky.
Bit like you earlier, when you thought it was a boast. Oh, she's done it again. That's going to break your confidence.
Yeah, that's not what the doctor ordered at all. Good service though from Tsz-Wing Tong. Good little patch here from Tong. She looks a bit more composed after that miscue on the first point of the game.
Yes, sir. You have space. You're giving them the space. 4-2 left.
Not too impressed with the referee here, Jones. She was onto that in a flash, wasn't she? Tong using that explosive power and speed.
Yeah, and the other thing here, Park, is this is a stage of the match where the ball starts to go ever so slightly spongy, and that's going to suit Tong.
Well, she pounces on it, doesn't she? As soon as she gets the opportunity, anything slightly loose, she usually hunts the volley or the half volley. You see that, the ball almost went out, but it was a bit loose, and it was a good finish.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, is even if the finish isn't necessarily that clinical, with Tong being out in front higher on the tee than Ellie Jones, it makes the shot that much more effective.
Yeah. Made the court big, didn't she, there?
Well, she's in full control now, Tong. It's a bit of an edgy first game and a half here, Parky, but Tong settled down very nicely.
Yeah, she has, and as you know, from being in these team events, it's just good to get a good performance in, not just the wins. Obviously, the win is the most crucial thing, but the good performance so that you set up for later in the week. Should they get through? Well, there's still going to be playoffs regardless of win or lose this match. So 8 match balls for Tong and Hong Kong, China. She's very short. Tong coming through in 3 games and a little bit edgy here and there. But a massive difference in the rankings between these two. So Tsz-Wing, Tong coming through 11-8, 11-4, 11-2, 3-11, 26 minutes, and she creates a draw or a 1-all situation with Hong Kong and Scotland. All to play for. Well, we're into the decider, Gordo, between Hong Kong, China and Scotland. All to play here between Kai Lee of Hong Kong, China and Allison Thompson of Scotland. Allison Thompson, obviously in the blue top on the left there, 94 in the world at present. Born in Twickenham. She's the daughter of a bit of a Scottish legend, actually, in Alan Thompson. Many caps for Scotland back in the day. She's up against Kai Lee, who's around the top 40 mark at the moment. Very consistent player from Hong Kong. Actually, we were both surprised at Kai Lee's age, 31. But an absolutely crucial match here, the decider between these two countries. There you see Pete Jenner in the black tracksuit there, an Englishman abroad, coaching the Hong Kong players.
Yeah, I must say, if you are supporting the Hong Kong team, though, Kai Lee is exactly who you would want to have in this position. Her level on the PSA World Tour doesn't seem to fluctuate much. She's very solidly in that sort of top 40 or so in the world. She's had some good results this fall. Reached the final of the Open Squash Classic in New York, taking out Holly Naughton in the semis before falling to Farida Mohammed in the final, and then
she also beat Nada Abbas in that event.
Yeah, no, it was a good event for her, really good event for her.
Very impressive.
To be honest, the whole event for her was impressive because she beat Hannah Craig in the first round from Ireland, but Hannah Craig was based in New York for a long time at Open Squash, so essentially took her out at her own home club, then beat Nadine Shaheen in the second round. Shaheen can be an awkward customer. Then Nada Abbas, Holly Naughton, and lost out to Farida Mohammed in the final.
Yeah, it's not a bad run.
And then 5 a.m. the next morning was on the flight out to San Francisco, where she was playing in the Silicon Valley Open. Got through her first round against Mena Hamed before losing out in the second round to Zina Mikawi.
Well, she's obviously tough, isn't she? Seasoned traveller, and definitely a favourite in this match. But Allison Thompson can play some good squash. As we said, it's one match apiece here.
Well, like we said before for the previous match with Tsz-Wing Tong, this first game really important for Kai Lee, just to settle down the nerves, settle down the expectations for this Hong Kong team.
And now 2-1.
That's a beautiful shot. Allison Thompson does not want her opponent to start finding a range in that sort of area. Very dangerous there. They both kind of had a double take at that lob, but I think it just stayed in and then became a brilliant shot.
Yeah, it was one of those that looks like it's going to pop out and then it just pops right in under the line. It's great service there.
Do drop in. Yeah, it's a little bit fortunate, perhaps. She'll take it. capable of playing a higher level, Allison Thompson. 94 in the world at the moment, so that Kai Lee will not be underestimating her opponent in any way.
No, I think the thing for Thompson here is she's going to need to attack exceedingly well, because Kai Lee is very good at keeping the ball in play and just moving the ball around just slowly over the course of a game, putting more and more work into her opponent's legs.
Yeah, she's very persistent, isn't she?
Yeah, she doesn't really blast anybody off court. It's just an accumulation of quality. It accumulates the work in their legs.
Head down. 5-3.
Good start for Thompson here. That's nice. Good technique there, wasn't it? Just sliding down the back of the ball there with that forehand volley.
4-5. Down. Head down. 6-4.
Quite finding her range yet in terms of consistency, Kai Lee. Just a few uncharacteristic errors creeping in. Yeah, but that's accurate there. With that straight drop in from behind Thompson. Yeah, it's good width there from, yeah, she's just read the situation well, Kai Lee.
Yeah.
Getting the ball wide around Thompson.
She does have a very good awareness on the court.
Yeah, she generally keeps things pretty simple, but the basic qualities are very good.
That's not great though, is it? Just an edgy, nervous shot there from Yi Lee. Just overcooked it.
And out, 7-all.
Yeah, I must say, Parky, I do think if Kai Lee gets this first game, she's going to start settling down and the accuracy is going to start picking up. That being said, it's a double-edged sword. If she loses this game, she will be gripping the racket even tighter.
I mean, that was some good running there, good retrieving, and then it turned into a winner from Thompson. Impressive stuff. Had a little look at her bench after that shot.
Yes, sir. 8-7.
Or just perhaps just hunting a little bit too eagerly there, Yi Lee.
More good width there from Yi Lee. Thompson doing the hard yards, working very hard physically to stay in the rally.
Nice beauty. That's an absolute ripper of a boast there from Yi Lee.
9-8.
She got into that front corner really quickly, Parky.
She did. She was all over it. It was obviously going to be a defensive boast there, and she made good use of that. 2 game balls then for the Hong Kong player. Oh, she's taking it first time of asking. That was a very, very confident volley. That was the best shot of the match so far. And definitely the best shot for Yu Li. So Kai Yu Li of Hong Kong takes the first game 11-8 in 9 minutes and leads by 1-0 in this decider.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Seconds. Hong Kong China is 1-1 lower.
So Gordo, I'm going to ask you a question. You might be able to guess what it is. But if you were in the corner of Allison Thompson, what would your tactics be against Yu Li?
I think the tactics are she's got to keep the ball in play and keep pushing up the court, taking the ball early. A lot of variety on the front wall, just not putting the ball into the same hitting zone of Kai Yi Lei, but making things very uncomfortable for the lady from Hong Kong physically. It's one of those where the Hong Kong team is they're under a lot of pressure mentally to win this and to also win it in a classy manner. So you want to turn this into a bit of a dogfight. You want to make things uncomfortable physically for them. None of them, none of them have looked particularly comfortable in terms of their hitting. It hasn't been particularly smooth. So if you're just able to extend the rallies and make them difficult and awkward, you might begin to start to find some chinks in the armor.
Good answer, I like that. Dogfight, that's what we want. That's what we're looking for here in Hong Kong. Not really. I mean, no, I'm not dissing your answer. Your answer's a great answer. But the Hong Kong players just want to get over the line, don't they? Definitely not dissing your answer. I think we should get you into the some of the coaching setups, Gordo. Turn the whole thing into a dogfight.
It's certainly been the start to the second game that Kai Lee was looking for.
Not a dogfight.
Not at all. I mean, she's settled in really nicely. It was a little bit edgy in the first, but she's found a way to really steady the ship, as they say.
First point on the board for Thompson. Yeah, she's not been able to do much really to Scott. Just onto that in a flash, wasn't she? Kai Lee.
Well, when she gets the quality of hitting in order, Kai Lee, she's able to actually make the squash quite hard because she's able to make the lines that her opponent is having to go to pick up the ball quite long.
Well, she looks fit as well, doesn't she? She looks like she's happy to run all day, really.
Yeah, well, one of the things, and one of the things with her as well is she doesn't overcomplicate herself. You find with some players they sometimes try and be a little bit too clever, and in the process of trying to create too much, they hit the ball back to their opponent. Where Kai Lee generally keeps things fairly simple, and
that was the right shot, wasn't it?
That was the right shot as well. It just didn't quite have the level of execution she was looking for. But because she's keeping it so simple, it generally means the opponent is always taking the longest route to the ball that's available on the court.
Sure.
And now 9-4.
So, Gordo, if Hong Kong do come through this in this match against Scotland, which they are expected to do, still a long way to go, of course. But if they do come through, they will be playing against the number 3 seeds, Belgium, tomorrow at 5:30 on the glass court out on the football field.
10-4, 8-4.
Of course, Belgium headed by the Hiller sisters, and that was a brilliant finish in that second game from Yi Lee. Allison Thompson was pretty disappointed with that second game, but it was definitely an improvement in level from the Hong Kong player. She takes a few words from Pete Geneva and takes the second game 11-4 in just 6 minutes. Kai Yi Lee leads by 2 games to 11.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. Hong Kong finalists 2 games to now. Love.
Well, here we go, Parky. Kai Lee has looked pretty sharp since she got that first game under her belt. And a bit of an edgy performance from the ladies from Hong Kong. Hasn't been straightforward, really.
No, it hasn't, and with the difference in rankings, you'd expect it to just be a little bit more straightforward. Of course, Georgia Adderley played really well, and Smart at home was just not at the races.
Yeah, but even the other two matches, there's, as you said, quite a big difference in ranking, but it hasn't felt like that. It's felt very edgy.
Closer. Yeah,
it's felt very edgy, you know, and I don't think that's because I've had about 6 coffees today and I'm sort of jittering away. I think it actually has felt quite edgy.
And that explains a lot, actually. Just the 6, then.
Yeah, only the 6. I switched to decaf after.
After you blurred vision. Yeah, like you were saying, I think that's the beauty of team events, isn't it? You know, the rankings almost go out the window sometimes. As soon as you put on your nation's shirt, you should be able to lift your game a little bit.
Well, absolutely. You get a good team speech from the coach, you know?
Absolutely. No effort. Yeah, there's no effort there.
Going to the wrong line behind. One pass.
I mean, there's no doubt she could have got that back, but she just didn't sort of manufacture a movement in any way to show willing. So I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And to be honest, I think in a lot of ways this week, Parky, the refereeing's been a little bit more generous than we're accustomed to seeing on the PSA World Tour, where they really want quite a lot of effort to go through and play the ball.
Sure. Well, we've got a bit of a mix of referees here, haven't we? We've got the old sort of familiar favourites like Roy Gingell, but there's quite a few from around the world and WSF, so it's a little bit of a mix, different to PSA. That's another great finish and exactly the same nick.
It's been a great start here from Allison Thompson.
Yeah, as I said, she can definitely raise the game, play above her ranking.
Yeah, well, she was up against the cosh from Kai Lee, and she's basically just relaxed and she's letting her arm go. She knows it's now or never. She's really got to throw the kitchen sink at the lady from Hong Kong.
She really dropped her wrist, didn't she, for that drop shot there? It was quite impressive.
It's tight work down the backhand side wall for Thompson.
Yeah, she's fighting hard here. It's all or nothing, really, isn't it, at this stage? Oh, that's a beauty. Yeah, it's a fantastic shot there from Yi Lee.
Yeah, and it was an important point for Yi Lee as well. Just stop the momentum of Thompson. It's good use of the lob there. Just getting it to drop in along the back wall.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, it's much better variety from Thompson. You can see she's really mixing the heights on the front wall. Yeah, she just got caught behind Yi Lee there. a bit of a long way to go, and it was a pretty high quality shot. It wasn't necessarily that low, but it was very tight.
Yeah, I agree.
Ball was in the front.
Makes sense.
They're just running that ball in nicely.
6-all.
Very, very little risk there with that shot. Nice technique. Nice finish.
Yeah, it's good variety from Thompson. She made the court big for Yi Li. See, slightly frustrated Kai Yi Li, just not quite finding a way to break down Thompson here in this third game. That's a bad, it's a bad mental error, really. She just misjudged the service.
She looks a bit nervous again, just a little bit tense. Seeing the finishing line, I guess. Yeah, Yi Li. You do that at your peril, but that's a brilliant shot just to get back in touch. The business end of this third game.
And out, 7-8.
Oh, good improvisation there, an adjustment from Thompson.
That's good length there from Yi Li. She's staying in touch here with Thompson. It's getting very tight, Parky.
Yeah, they're all really big points now. You'd like to get that. That's good. Exceptional width there, an exaggerated width from Yi Li.
9-all.
Plays that backhand really well. Really. Opportunity here.
Yeah, it's really good retrieving from Thompson. She just stayed in that rally long enough for Yi Li to make the error, and it was a weak error as well, Parky.
I mean, the first shot off the back wall boast was poor from Yi Li. She did nothing with it really, and then she ended up losing the point. So a game ball here for Thompson and Scotland.
She's gotten really passive, Yi Li. Normally, when she's relaxed, you see her getting into the front corners really quickly. She's just kind of taking her time now.
So it's the tie break now. Tie break situation.
It's great retrieving from Thompson. It's a clever shot as well, just lofting the drop up around the cut line, keeping it tight, squeezing the loose play from Yi Li.
Yeah, it was a bit of a teaser, wasn't it? So another game ball here in this tie break for Thompson.
Yeah, it's good. It's good finish. It's better from Yi Li. Worked the rally well. A lot more authoritative on the finish.
Very confident. back to parity here. Lost their control a little bit in that backhand volley, but that certainly had some good control on it. Backhand drop shot from Thompson, still fighting here. Missed it, tried to be a little bit too cute with that attempted drop shot cross court. So again, back to parity in this tie break.
Well, yet another game ball for Allison Thompson.
Nobody wants it, Gordo.
Yeah, you'd think one of these Allison Thompson's going to convert because Lee just hasn't been all that authoritative with her hitting.
Yeah, she's getting opportunities and not taking them as well.
Great retrieving there from Thompson.
Oh, what a finish. What a finish. He's gutsy. Still had plenty to think about before that forehand drop winner.
Head down. 13 on.
Drop it.
14-13 game ball.
Needed that. So yet another game ball for Thompson and Scotland here. She's got the height on it just. She clanked the racket against the wall.
Really good use of height here from Thompson. Changing the tactics up a little bit, slowing things down.
Oh, wow. What a shot. That has been a clutch shot for Lee so far in this match. Appreciated by Thompson. Nice to see. I mean, it was inch perfect, wasn't it? Nobody wants it, Gordo.
15-14 game ball.
Yeah, you just feel like Lee is not able to string the consistency together long enough. She's produced some really great winners, but then followed them up with some quite poor errors. Well, Thompson trying to mix things up, serving from the other side.
She's missed it. She's missed it. The fist pump goes up there for Allison Thompson. Brilliant effort from her to sneak that third game. That was absolutely huge. Pete Jennifer, the Hong Kong coach, with a bit of work to do, but it's Allison Thompson who takes the third game, 16-14 in that tie break in 14 minutes. Lee leads by 2-1.
in 60 seconds.
Just to let you know, the next match will be on court between Hong Kong men's and U.S.A.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. Hong Kong China leads 2 games to 1. Contact to serve lower.
Fantastic response there from Allison Thompson. She looked really relaxed and really took the game to Kai Lee.
Yeah, she's a fighter, Allison Thompson. She plays well in the Scotland shirt. Yeah, fully deserved that third game. It could have gone either way, but she stuck in there and she's given Scotland a lifeline here. Kai Lee still the favourite here with a 2 games to 1 advantage. But she thought she might have been off and in the shower by now. It's going to be a little bit more difficult than that against Scotland.
And out 2-1.
It's a clever shot. She's off.
Yeah, it's good variety from Thompson. Just switching the play. Kai Lee just hasn't found a way, especially for the last game, to put consistent pressure on Thompson.
Yeah, she just can't seem to sort of break away, shake her off.
Yeah, there have been flashes of brilliance, but it just hasn't been that sustained pressure that breaks a player down. Certainly not a player like Thompson, who really sticks in there physically, gets a lot of balls back.
Again from Kai Lee, going in nicely. Oh, just made it. Just made it, because it was a decent boast from the Scottish woman.
Yeah, she did really well there, Kai Lee. Just get under the height of the ball, just nudge it forward.
Nice touch there from Thompson.
And out 3-4.
That's one of her favourite shots, but she was just slightly moving on that return of serve. Ellie.
She's really coming off the boil here, Yi Li. Misjudging the angles. She's being a little bit overzealous sometimes with the attacks as well. When she's getting it right, she's attacking brilliantly, but there are these times where she's just forcing the situation and it's creating errors.
Absolutely. She's got to retain that a bit of patience, really, because she's obviously not able to blow Thompson away. There is that kind of big difference in rankings, but she's a good player, Thompson, and she's got quite a bit of experience now. This is turned into a match, a dogfight, as you would call it.
Yeah, no, there certainly is getting into that dogfight zone where Thompson's made it really tough physically on Yi Li.
But she does like that shot, the forehand boast.
Hand out, 5 on.
Just whips it in nice and low. Overcooked it slightly. It was potentially the right shot, just trying to switch the sides, use the height on the front wall, but just overcooking it slightly. So a slender lead here for Yi Li and Hong Kong.
She's missed it. It wasn't really on, Parky. The ball was in an uncomfortable area there. Wasn't one of those where she could step forward and meet the ball. She was having to go across, even almost slightly back.
Well, it's like what you were saying earlier, just forcing it here and there. She's got to be patient. She's got to make sure her shot selection is correct. And that'll do.
Yeah, I think this is the difficult thing, is she's producing some really brilliant stuff at times, Yi Li, but just the basics aren't happening as consistently as we're accustomed to seeing with her.
She's really pulled that one out. Similar to the one that Thompson hit earlier.
I tell you what, Parky, this is getting into a zone where Pete Jennifer, the Hong Kong manager, is normally cool as a cucumber. He's going to start feeling very, very edgy.
Yeah, and I think Thompson's got to be careful with the asks here a little bit. Referees want you to make as much effort as possible. Better.
Yeah, it's a great attack from Yi Li. It's an important attack because we're starting to get into this really edgy zone.
She hit two volley drives first. I think that showed the persistence and the patience that she needs.
Certainly using more height on the front wall, Yi Li. Thompson's fighting for her life here. That is a monster point, Parky.
Yeah, it was hugely important. She needed to make sure that every shot went in there, Yi Li. I just feel like She put some work into the legs of Thompson there as well. It's a little bit weary towards the end of that rally. So just 2 points away now. Service just straight onto the racket of Thompson. That's a good touch. Good touch there from Ellie, just nudging it into the corner, nice and tight.
No, it wasn't. I called my doubles.
A little bit of controversy there, Parky.
Yeah, Allison Thompson not happy at all with that. Oh, she served it out. What is going on here, Gordo?
Yeah,
you look a bit stunned there.
Well, I am. That's a massive gift. I mean, you don't often see it at this level. Service going out like that, especially a backhand service, maybe a lob service, but not a...
Yeah, that's incredible. Still one match ball here for Ellie. Looking to take that ball early on the backhand side, down the forehand. Good width.
Battling here, Thompson.
She really is.
She's got herself in a great position here.
It's a tough rally.
It's a really big rally.
Oh, she went for the post. Oh, this is tough. Oh. I actually couldn't see the ball from Thompson initially. I thought it might have gone down, but obviously it didn't. She's really suffering physically here. Talk about giving everything for your country. Very impressive.
She really went the extra hard yards there, Thompson.
She certainly did.
She's really physically grinding. She's really redlining it, but you get the feeling that Kai Lee is trying to glass arm it ever so slightly, Parky.
She's been nervy, sort of on and off the whole match. Really, she's played some good squash, Lee, but yeah, you're absolutely right. The last couple of points here, credit to Thompson, but Lee. Oh, did she make? Yeah, she got it anyway, but it did. I think it did clip the top of the tin. Unbelievable stuff. So Allison Thompson has manufactured herself a game ball here to go into a decider.
Yeah,
this
is quite incredible, Parky. I mean, it looked like Allison Thompson was, I wouldn't say completely out of it, but it certainly looked like Kai Lee was going to coast on home, and that is not what's happening. Oh, that is a great lunge from Thompson.
Wow. What a lunge. What a straight ball there. At full stretch. Pete Jennifer really gets up. He's really got to earn his money for this fifth and final game. This incredible events here at the Hong Kong Football Club as Allison Thompson, against all odds, takes that fourth game, 12-10 in a tie break. And we've got a decider coming.
resume in 30 seconds. Seconds.
Well, I tell you what, Parky, I think if you at the start of this tie, if we said it was going to come down to a fifth and final game, one match apiece, I don't think we would have expected that one.
No, definitely not. It's been a real battling performance from Thompson. One father would have been proud of. He likes his five setters, tough battles. It's going the distance, this one. It's now or never, really, obviously for both players. But Ellie, as you said, just not really been fully at her best, I feel, enough of the time. Thompson has been really fighting hard. Very impressive.
I must say, Parky, I do think the start of this fifth game is a little bit more important for Yi Lee than it is for Thompson. Obviously, Thompson has showed some great physical prowess, but Yi Lee needs something emotionally to grab onto where she can gain some confidence and up the quality of the hitting. I think if it gets a little bit too nip and tuck and edgy in the early stages, could be big problems for the lady from Hong Kong. Definitely can see she's trying to push up the court. She's trying to be more positive on the volley.
That was a great shot. She was on the stretch a little bit there, Yi Lee, but manufactured a great shot from that position. I think the Hong Kong bench are a little bit reserved as well. I don't know whether the character a little bit like in England, I guess, but yeah, definitely not as loud as the Scottish bench. That's a good flick and well recovered from Thompson.
Yeah, she just seemed. Oh, it's a good reaction though from Thompson. I was about to say it seems like Yi Lee is a bit more positive in her movement, but she just didn't get back up at the top of the tee there. No reaction from the boast, really.
Ooh, she was. It was an all or nothing three-waller attempt, wasn't it? It didn't go in. She wasn't going to follow it up.
Yeah, it's not a good error there from Yi Lee. She's got the angle wrong. She started well, but Thompson battled to get herself back into this fifth game.
She really has. Really has. Total parity now. 2-all and 3-all. And 1-all.
Yeah, she's been really fertile on that side, Yi Lee, in terms of just above the shoulder height, taking the ball in short straight, very accurate, running it along the side wall.
When she gets that technique right on that volley, it's not coming back. That's lovely. Just missed.
And that was down to the ball clipping the side wall. Because it clipped the side wall, it just sat up ever so slightly and gave Thompson that little bit of extra time to get her racket underneath it. Well, we've had confirmation in the other Scotland match on the men's side of things. Colombia has just taken them out, 2-1. Miguel Angel Rodriguez lost the first rubber to Greg Laban, and then Ronald Palomino took out Alistair Pratt, and Juan Camilo Vargas just defeated Rory Stewart to book themselves into the quarterfinals.
Well, I'm sure that that is the sort of news that they're not going to want to hear the Scottish bench on the women's side until at least after the match. Just going to try and keep the positivity there. Obviously, she was a bit close to the ball there, but she kind of did it on purpose just to create a bit of extra doubt. But
that's really indicative of what's gone on this entire match, because I mean there was no need. She was
just put it in.
Yeah, she had Allison Thompson buried behind her. All she had to do was just sort of dink it forward.
That's down. It's down. She knew it.
Well, and this is the difference, because if Kai Lee hadn't made the error on that first one, she'd be 7-3 up, and instead now it's 6-5, and you know it's getting really edgy.
She's been edgy the whole match, Kai Lee. There's been some moments where she's played well, but she just hasn't looked mega confident. You know, like a player who's ranked pretty much inside the top 40. And this is really gutsy from Thompson. And as I said, her bench, they're like the fourth man, you'd say, in a team match like this. Really egging her along. It's really helping.
Well, that was a really important point for Kai Lee. I just feel like with how edgy she is, she needs to keep herself slightly in front of Allison Thompson, just so she has a little bit of a cushion if she makes an error here or there, just from the nerves. I really feel like if she...
she's whiffed it.
Yeah, it's great use of height. She's barely gotten underneath that ball, Kai Lee.
Just a millimetre above the flailing racket extended racket of Thompson. Thompson very fairly just said to the referee that she touched the ball as well. Wow, it goes on and on, Gordo.
Yeah, she's just getting the balance wrong a little bit, Kai Lee. Like there in the front corner, the drop's not quite soft enough. If she just pounded it straight, she'd probably win the rally.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, she's just got to try and keep it as simple as possible and efficient and clinical, but she's just not in that headspace.
No, and it's unusual because normally she sees the game pretty clearly. She usually is hitting to open space, hitting away from her opponent, and it's not really the case here.
We've all been there. I've certainly been there. You just can't think as clearly as you would like on the squash court.
Well, it's great whiff there from Kai Lee.
Yeah, just got the right amount of power and angle on that cross court. Really important shot there. So 3 match balls.
3 bites at the cherry here, Parky.
Yeah, she's in the flow here. Oh, wow. What a shot from Thompson. That is so lucky at this stage. But she'll take it. 1 match ball saved.
It's a great example of just how Thompson's never giving up. She's just hacked at the ball, and she's just gotten the benefit.
Oh, no.
Oh, and she's had a shocker there, Kai Lee. So now...
She's seen the winning post, hasn't she?
2 of those match balls have disintegrated. One was a little bit unfortunate, and one was just a really bad...
Poor choice.
Badly executed decision.
Yeah, she just needs to keep it steady now, Kai Lee. Oh, she's hit her completely unintentional, but she couldn't get out of the way, Thompson. That is hard to take because she was so close to getting into a tie-break there. What a match between these two. Great deal of respect in the end. And she just made it through. You can see the relief from Kai Lee. against an opponent who was 50 places below her in the rankings. Brilliant effort from Allison Thompson. Fought to the bitter end, and you can see the relief for Pete Jennifer and the rest of the Hong Kong bench there. Perhaps didn't play to her very best there, Kai Lee, but got the victory in the end. 11-8, 11-4, 14-16, 10-12, 11-9 in the fifth in 59 minutes. So there you have the result. The Hong Kong women's team coming through in a very, very tight 2-1 against Scotland, and they'll be through to play Belgium tomorrow. Coming up very, very shortly, we have the final men's match on this court, again between Hong Kong, China and the United States. One for Gordo there.
Well, after that hugely exciting game just then, we're going to follow on with the men's Hong Kong team against the men's USA team. We're running a little bit behind time, but we'll be starting at 8:05. So get your drinks, get your food, and we'll be going in about 5 minutes' time.
Okay, well if everyone can take their seats now, because we're just about to introduce the teams. You can get your drinks, get your food, take your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the center court here at the Hong Kong Football Club for the match between Hong Kong, China, and U.S.A. Please give a warm round of applause for the players for Hong Kong. Lao Zikran, Henry Leung, Tang Hong, and Wang Chui Hing. Please give a warm welcome for the players for the U.S.A. Timothy Brownell, Spencer Lovejoy, Nicholas Spizzer, and Dylan Huang. And the referees for this match are Miyuki Adachi from Japan and Maya El-Serti from Egypt.
Just as the players are getting ready, can we just remind everyone again, please make sure your phones are on silent. No taking calls, part of the Hong Kong Football Club rules, so please, phones on silent. Let's look forward to the game. Thank you.
USA!
Welcome back to our final men's match of the evening here in our first day of knockout play at the WSF World Team Squash Championships here at the Hong Kong Football Club. And we have got an absolutely classic encounter for you here to finish the day off between the men's team from Hong Kong, China and the United States. Joining me in the commentary booth for this evening's final matchup, former Australian top 50 player and national team member, Tamika Hunt. Good evening, Tamika.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, excited to be on board. It's a epic match just there with the women, so Hong Kong are certainly feeling the buzz for tonight.
Well, Hong Kong will certainly be very relieved to have gotten their women's team past a very passionate Scottish team, just coming through by the skin of their teeth, 11-9 in the fifth in the final rubber. But we're on to the men's side of things between Hong Kong and the United States. We have the number ones on court first between Alex Lau and Timothy Brownell. They're going to be followed on by the number threes, Chi Hem Wong and Nicholas Spizzer. And if necessary to decide the tie, we have the number twos, Henry Leung and Spencer Lovejoy. Well, I'll tell you what, Tamika, this match on paper looks like it could be really, really close. There's potential for this one to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, I think we're going to be in for a nice long session here. No, I'd be very surprised if we end up with any dead rubber situation, so yeah, it'll be good to see how it pans out, and certainly Hong Kong with that home crowd, they're going to be using that energy tonight. So U.S.A. are certainly going to have to step it up straight from the start.
No, certainly it's a very tough ask for the USA here, taking on the hosts Hong Kong, Alex Lau, 28 years of age, currently 40 in the world. Timothy Brownell just slightly ahead of him in the PSA World Rankings, sitting at 31 in the world. He's been as high as 29, 2 years younger, 27 years old, but there really isn't a lot separating them in level. The level's not really that different, so this has potential to be really, really spicy. Both of these guys very, very good with the racket. Lau has a real reputation as a very aggressive shot player.
It's the way to play.
Yeah, he's certainly produced some epic performances on that central three-wall glass court at the Hong Kong Squash Center. Really suits him down to a tee. That facility very, very chilly.
Yeah. Certainly it's going to work to his game, and even tomorrow if they're starting to look towards heading outdoors for the rest of the event as well, it's probably going to help him as well. So they want to make sure they get past tonight and see themselves out there.
Yeah, I must say, Tamika, normally you wouldn't consider a four-wall glass court as a real leveler, but I think in this sense it possibly levels things out a little bit for Timothy Brownell, just with how well Lau performs at the Hong Kong Squash Center. It's probably in the Americans' interest to be playing him here on this, should we say, more traditional glass court at the football club.
Just in 30 seconds. Prelude start in 15 seconds. WSF World Squash Team Championship 2024. Round 1 March. The Hong Kong, China, Adderley. Timothy and United States USA. Best 5 games. Level.
Well, Alex Lau, Hong Kong, getting us started off here. It's say, Tamika. I think this is going to be fast and furious to get things going.
Yeah, certainly. They'll both come out quite strong, try and set the tone for the rest of the evening.
Well, the women's team for Hong Kong, who actually just defeated Scotland, they had a very edgy performance. None of their players particularly looked comfortable, seemed to be under a tremendous amount of pressure. There were glimpses of brilliance, but it was very up and down. It's going to be interesting to see how the men respond, if they're a little bit more dialed in from the start, or if there's still that anxiety playing at home.
Yeah, well, they obviously would have been here and watching along as well, and obviously supporting their counterparts to get over the line, so they would be feeling the energy that's out there, because there's plenty of that. The home crowd has definitely turned up tonight to see their teams competing and doing their very best, so I'm sure they're been carrying a bit of adrenaline just from that last matchup with the women, so definitely helpful that they got through, and they'd be feeling they want to do exactly the same thing.
I must say it's been a good first couple exchanges here from Brownell. He's hitting his targets in the back corners, getting himself ahead of Lau on the tee. And that's really important with how gifted Lau is with the racket. But that's clever from Lau, and this is what Lau does so well with the racket ability he has. He's able to be on the bad end of the rally and then out of nowhere just completely turn the tide and take the wind out of his opponent's sails.
Yeah, so Brownell just gave him that opportunity. He was in front to the whole rally, and then as soon as Lau got that opportunity, took advantage.
Yeah, he's gone for it there, Timmy Brownell. He's gone for the slam dunk. Hasn't particularly hit it very cleanly, but he had Lau stuck behind him.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for that front position, trying to keep Lau behind him, and yeah, trying to, I guess, assert himself straight from the beginning here. Nice shot.
Yeah, it's accurate there from Brownell. He's gone for it, firing it into the neck. It's not a particularly easy angle, just being so far up the middle and so high. So good start here from the American. Yeah, it's a great response there from Lau. He's just nudged the ball forward.
Counter.
Got himself in a bad position there, Lau. Sort of one of those scenarios where he potentially could have still gotten that ball, but he created the interference himself.
That's right. Certainly feel the two players trying to work each other out at the moment, trying to find their own tactic.
I was just inserting himself behind Brownell on the tee. He's not quite finding his targets in the back corners yet. It's not forcing Brownell to go all the way into the back corners.
Yeah, he's just trying to find his way to do that. He's obviously starting with that lower, harder pace, and now he's lifting more and just trying to find the right way to get it to that back wall.
It hasn't been a particularly good start from Lau, much like the women's team from Hong Kong. He's just looked a little bit tentative, hasn't really found his range yet. Brownell's been pretty sharp though. Brownell hasn't really done anything spectacular, but he's been consistent in his hitting.
Yeah, that's a nice shot there. Taking it early, putting it away.
Swiped at that ball. Wow, didn't expect it to be quite so narrow up the middle.
Yeah, he's just not looking comfortable or settled into his rhythm at all here.
Trying to extend this rally, Lau. Make things a little bit harder physically on Brownell.
Yeah, he's certainly trying to break that momentum. Get a few points in here before the game is out and trying to flip the switch, ready for the second game.
No, it's important for Lau that he finds a way to create a little bit of pressure on Brownell. Soft error there from Lau.
Both players have certainly changed the pace, slowed down a little bit, taking the sting off the ball after the first half of the game. Quite hitting it pretty hard and pretty quick.
Yeah, well, with that error, Brownell now has 5 game balls to take this first game. It's been a solid game from the American. It's just kept Lau in the extremes of the court. Hasn't given the player from Hong Kong much in the way of opportunities to attack. Yeah, it's a massive error there from Lau. Very speculative, going for that from so far back in the court, and Brownell in full control for most of that first game. It was a confident performance to start this match off from the American.
Yeah, he'll need to come out and try and change that tactic. So it's going to be a long uphill battle from here.
Well, 10 minutes in duration the first game, and USA's Timothy Brownell takes it against Alex Lau, 11-6.
court. Within 30 seconds. United States 3, 1 into love. Level.
Timmy Brownell of the USA looked pretty sharp there in that first game. He pretty much nullified any opportunities that Alex Lau had to attack the ball into the front corners. It's important because Lau is such an attacking-minded player. If you can take those opportunities away from him, he starts to run out of ideas pretty quickly.
You get a bit lost, right? You've got to kind of come up and invent another way, and it's quite difficult to do if you're not adapted to changing tactics so quickly.
Much better from Lau. He's using height to get the ball into the back corners.
That's a great finish on that rally. Yeah, he's certainly using the height. Offensively and defensively there. It's a good combo. Wonderful reach.
This is more what we'd expect from Alex Lau. Quality of shot is starting to pick up here. Shot was on there for Lau. It wasn't a bad idea. He was hitting into open space. Just didn't quite execute it.
Yeah, I think it's good that he's seeing and looking for it, though. At least he's got it in his mind, hasn't kind of closed down, shut that off.
Yeah, for me with Lau, a lot of players, you tell them to, straighten things up and not be quite as aggressive. But I think for Lau, he needs to keep going for it. He needs to roll off a few wingers to gain the confidence, and then floodgates generally start to open. Doesn't really seem to work with him when he gets conservative.
Yeah. Definitely feeling that pace onto his racket, finding his spot, feeling the ball. If he's not doing those couple of things, it's a pretty quick one way.
Well, he just didn't quite get the angle there, Lau. It was clever, the top spin, but the ball just clipped the side wall and came back towards him. Big error there, though, from Brownell.
5-2.
Wow, something for all the squash fans out there to keep their eye on. The winner of this match takes on in the quarterfinals tomorrow the winner of the England-Spain matchup. That has potential to get pretty spicy very quickly, because in the number one string match, the first rubber, we've just had confirmation that Iker Paharis has gone 2 games to love up on England's Mohamed El Shorbagy.
Wonderful reflexes there.
Well, and we'll just imagine if Paharis is able to see Shorbagy off, Tamika, the number 2s for England and Spain would be Ivan Perez and Marwan El Shorbagy. And then the number 3s would be Edmund Lopez and Curtis Malik. And that number 3 string match has potential to be pretty interesting because Edmund Lopez, even though he's a little bit down the rankings, not quite in the top 100, he's been back up in the top 50 in the world back in the day, so he knows what he's doing, and it's a lot closer on paper than that potentially looks to the naked eye.
I think there's going to be a couple of ties we might hear for a long night tonight. That was a great rally there by Lau and Brownell. She's pushing it a little bit fine, clipping the top of the 10.
Yeah, it just needs to be, this is always the thing with Lau, he needs to be a little bit careful with the winners to errors ratio. As long as it's tipped towards the winners column, it's all right, but if he starts making more errors, it can start going pear-shaped very quickly.
Just wasn't quite right in the right position to hit that one. Took a little too early and it didn't pay off for him.
Yeah, it's good squeeze there from Brownell along that right side wall.
Yeah, hasn't done anything overly wrong this game. Still keeping it consistent. No major errors. He's just staying within, 1 or 2 points of Lau and keeps ticking him away.
Yeah, he's had an absolute shocker there, Lau. Whatever lead he has is completely evaporated. It was a bad mental error, that one, clipping the ball out, and you can hear the frustration.
It's looking like he's just tightened up a little bit again. Like I said, that confidence is lost, and just you can see in his body language, he's just feeling a little bit tense, a little bit tight.
Well, that's a good squeeze there from Lau. That was an important point for the Hong Kong player because it looked like Timothy Brownell was starting to get control of this second game. Trying to find his range here, Lau. He's misjudged that one, Lau, because there was an argument there that he could have maybe stepped back into Brownell and played a lead or something like that, but he's tried to play the ball and he's completely misjudged the angle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if we end up going down to the wire for this game. It's
he's got the angle wrong
Well
there,
executed.
Brownell. He's just played the ball back at himself.
Yeah, yeah. It's under pressure. Lau just taking that drop in. It's good.
Well, first game ball here for Alex Lau.
Ooh, we called that with some enthusiasm.
Yeah, it was
he was feeling confident about that decision.
Yeah, it was a very exuberant ask. The ball just fading away. Just let given.
10, yes, that 10-9 game ball.
Fantastic shot to finish there.
Well, there it is. Alex Lau snatching the ball out of the air and into the net. It's vintage Lau, and he's going to grow in confidence from that. It was a really important response from Hong Kong there, and we are deadlocked at one game apiece between Alex Lau and Timothy Brownell.
In 60 seconds. Resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. One game all, on the pilot to serve. Level.
Well, Alex Lau finally caught fire at the end of that second game. I think that's really important for the morale of the Hong Kong team. It's going to relax them a little bit. They're going to be able to settle in now. It's a very edgy start. Just strip that one back, Brownell.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Brownell changes tact or what he's going to do to try and combat Lau's confidence and uplift that he's got here. Look at that, confidence straight in. It's well played.
Yeah, it's good accuracy there from Lau. When Lau is able to get on a roll, he can put the points up on the board pretty quickly. Wasn't a bad idea there from Lau. He just didn't quite execute it. It's happening very quick, though. That's what Lau does really well. He creates this organized chaos on the court.
Yeah, certainly see that pace element again picking up. And Brownell trying to steady the ship a little bit, get his length.
Yeah, it's a nice angle there from Lau. This is what makes Lau so difficult to break down, because it's not actually really an area you'd expect him to play a drop from. And the way he plays it, almost running through the ball, running forward like he's getting off the court, it's just not a look you see very often.
Yeah, I can sort of hear the crowd starting to get a little bit more involved as well. Atmosphere lifting, a bit more applause. Hong Kong certainly willing to play the part and bring their team a victory if they can.
Well, I think when these rallies are sort of stop and go and chop and change like they are at the minute, it certainly suits the game of Alex Lau much more than Brownell. Brownell needs some kind of rhythm to be able to just build his rallies and build his confidence.
Yeah, definitely got to be thinking the longer the rally goes, the better it is in his favor.
No, absolutely. It's, you know, with Alex Lau, just the less rhythm there is, the better it is for him.
He's got a great use of that height to certainly keep himself in that position. With the players certainly taking the opportunity to have a rest, wipe off some of that sweat, refocus.
Hand out. 4-0.
It's a great reach, quick movement there. Straight in with the counter off that burst.
Oh, it's accurate there from Lau. Whipped that ball into the front corner, and it's a really important point for Lau because it's given him that 2-point cushion, and those 2-point cushions are really important for the Hong Kong player because it just gives him that little bit of extra breathing room to work with so he can let his arm go and he can be a bit more aggressive in his attacks.
Yeah, it's nice to have a little buffer up the sleeve when you're, so attacking.
Well, this is where Timmy Brownell just maybe not quite reading the room because he does have a point here about the sweat mark, and what's going on here is what we've seen recently at the Platinum events on the PSA World Tour. As soon as there's any kind of hand mark on the floor, the referees are stopping the rally for safety purposes. But as we were talking about in the earlier matches with Simon Park, just a bit more of a mix of referees here. Some referees that aren't quite as active on the PSA World Tour, so they're not always using the same rationale that we're accustomed to at the Platinum events.
It's a little different, I guess, when you're, like you say, the PSA World Tour, and we've got WSF events as well, slightly different regulations. The players sometimes might not know which ones apply and which ones don't in different scenarios. So
yeah, it's not really a good thing or a bad thing. It's just one of those scenarios where you have to read the room and sort of understand what the flavor of the week is, and you can't really just expect it to be what you're used to.
That's right. I think it's sort of I think mentally as well, just showing a little bit of it's getting to him. Alex Lau is getting a little bit in his head, just with the way he's playing and not feeling, as consistent as perhaps what he was in that first game.
And that's what makes Alex Lau so difficult to play, is because there's so much going on. When things start not going well for you, you can start to panic because you just don't know what his tactic is and what's coming next from him.
And then what you're supposed to do as well, right, to counter that. So you're feeling a little bit, you tried that and it didn't work, and you tried this and it didn't work. What else can you try? There's only, you know, your list might only be so long. So if his idea is being consistent, you know, what's plan B?
Well, Alex Lau trying to say that there was sweat on the side wall and it had the ball shoot off. Referee having none of it, so Timmy Brownell getting free point off the service. It's a big point for Brownell. Oh, it's a great finish there from Lau, and you see the fist pump.
Yep.
You just see how important that point is to get the momentum back on the Hong Kong player's side. So he's back to another 2-point cushion, Lau. See Brownell trying to hit through the ball. He's trying to get the ball into the back corners a little bit more consistently.
He's ambitious.
Yeah, he's completely misjudged that angle.
Brings up game ball there for Lau.
Well, Lau now with 3 game balls to take a 2-game-to-1 lead over the American. Been a good mental response from Lau after dropping that first game.
Sort of hit a reset button there.
Oh, and he's misjudged the angle, Brownell. So the big fist pump from Lau.
The crowd are into it as well.
Well,
Back for a fourth game.
U.S. national coach Nick Taylor walking over to the corner there with Brownell. He's got his work cut out for him. We've had 34 minutes of action, and Hong Kong's Alex Lau leads the U.S.A.'s Timmy Brownell 2-1. Well, Tamika, it's been a really good response here from Alex Lau after losing that first game. He's looked pretty sharp, and Timothy Brownell, I wouldn't say running out of ideas, but he's not quite hitting his targets the way he was early in the match, and it's allowing Lau to be really aggressive in his attacks.
Yeah. Brownell just sort of doesn't seem, he seems a bit lost. He just sort of doesn't really have the right option. He's just defaulting to, you know, finding length first, but it's not working for him. He's not really getting Lau to the back wall at all.
He does, and I think the worrying thing here for the Americans is this is the stage of the match when the ball tends to go a little bit spongy, and that is certainly going to be helpful to Alex Lau's cause.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it was really clever there from Alex Lau, not giving up the stroke there and just waiting and letting the referee make their decision and not really insinuating what he thought it was one way or the other.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely something as a player you want to be really conscious of ensuring the referee makes their decision before you preempt them any one way.
Yeah, it's tight play there from Brownell into the front corner. He's pointing at the team. He's got the fist pump going.
Yeah, he's certainly feeling a bit of confidence out of that, so he must have ticked his box for what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he's just getting the angle wrong there, Brownell. He's not, I wouldn't say he's played the ball back at himself, but it's just
seemed like it
too
pulled out
straight.
a little early, really. It didn't quite finish off that shot before he moved out.
Yeah, it's just come out too straight, and it's always going to be a stroke, that one. Wasn't a bad idea there from Lau. He just didn't quite get the angle right. That's a big error from Brownell. Shot was on. He had plenty of space to play it. He just cut it way too fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Just letting Lau back in there as well.
Oh, that is a great finish from Lau. It's really confident. It's really relaxed. He sliced it cross-court into the neck.
Yeah, that was fantastic play. Certainly could feel comfortable watching him do that. So natural almost how it comes to him.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous point in the game for Timothy Brownell. Needs to respond well. Well, that's certainly the response he was looking for, Tamika.
Yeah, a little unexpected there, I think.
Yeah, this is the zone in the game where if Lau can get a 2 or 3 point cushion, it could be lights out for the American. I think if Brownell can keep it level or within 1 point, it just puts enough mental pressure on Lau, you'll get errors.
Yeah, absolutely. Australia's a great example.
Well, that's really astute from Lau. He's sensed how far up the court Brownell is and hit it really wide into the side wall to get it around the outstretched arm of the American.
And out. 5-4.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting.
Okay, go service, please. Go service quickly. Quickly on our front side.
It's always interesting, I think, the mental side of it when you get these kind of situations. Using the break of court service, reset yourself, refocus, but you're breaking the momentum of your opponent as well, right? So, yeah, interesting. I'm sure there's plenty of sweat on the floor right now, but it's definitely a mental game going on in the background as well for both players.
No, absolutely. I think trying to break the rhythm of Alex Lau, though, generally, just there's not much rhythm to break.
Yeah. Like I said, it's probably more that reset for himself then.
He's doing a really good job here, Lau, of just holding his shots around the middle and just forcing Brownell to settle and stop his movement before he goes on and carries on to retrieve the ball. Those little micro stops that can become really taxing over the space of half an hour and an hour.
Yeah, that's right. Putting a bit more energy in that through the legs. They're also messing with the timing. You're coming onto the ball as well. It seems like he really flows onto the ball. He wants it to be, consistent at the right time, right pace. You start to change that and fiddle with that timing. Yeah, starts to throw you off a little bit. Causes the frustration, right?
Well, he's really misjudged that one, Alex Lau. Just clipping the ball out on the side wall. Oh, he's whipped that one in. That is vintage Lau. Just come out of absolute nowhere.
Yeah, that's a great shot there from the back. It's that fine margin.
Fantastic lob from Lau. Inch perfect, getting it to slide along the back wall. It's a big fist pump from Brownell there. Really forced Lau into some uncomfortable positions.
Pinching him, yeah, closer towards the end of the game, just going up that 1 point. 8-all is always such a tight point in a game, and yeah, you always want to be the person that wins at 8-all. Just put your nose in front as you edge closer to the end of that game.
It's really tight there from Brownell. Really squeezed Lau along that side wall. Now has 2 game balls to take this into a deciding 5th game. Yeah, Lau's made the court really big there. So 1 game ball saved.
Thank you.
And out. 9-10. Game ball.
It's a great finish.
Yeah, it's a great angle there from Brownell. Big fist pump. He's taken it into a fifth game. Can't get any closer, so it really is edge of your seat stuff. Pretty quick duration, only 47 minutes, and we are deadlocked at 2 game apiece.
In 60 seconds. In 30 seconds.
Well, we can't get any closer than this, Tamika, for this first rubber.
Yeah, going right down to the wire.
Really has been a back and forth affair. Brownell looked really good to start things off, and then Alex Lau grabbed the bull by the horns, and he just couldn't quite get over the finish line there in the fourth.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting dynamic to see how this fifth game plays out. Always love a fifth game, actually. It's just the side where they approach and the tactics. Do they change? Do they not?
Yeah, no, absolutely, Tamika. Generally speaking, all of us here at Squash TV love a fifth game as well. Just edge of your seat stuff. Massive rally here. Brownell opening things up with the different angles. But Lau is pumped up. Lau's got into that front corner really quickly. It's a good start from Lau. You got to think, Tamika, that the edge has just come off Brownell ever so slightly physically. It was a big physical and mental push.
Yeah, for that fourth game, definitely.
Yeah, very big. For Lau, a lot of times he's not really going to the well too deep physically. It's more if he can just keep himself fresh mentally keep the tactics on point.
Yeah, correct. It's just picking that shot and trying not to go so fine for his margins. That's what'll get him there. He wants to keep that buffer, which Brownell's just chipping away at the moment.
Well, this is exactly not what Lau needs to do. Just pop 2 quick balls in the tin on that backhand side.
So much of a 5th game is going to be that mental side. Confidence definitely for Lau will be key. He's going to tense up and tighten up, not go for those shots. Give Brownell that advantage.
Yeah, the mental aspect here in the 5th game is huge. Brownell needs to find a way to elongate these rallies, make them really hard physically. He has to get Lau stuck behind him. He has to create these scenarios where Lau is attacking from less than ideal positions. These quick exchanges around the middle certainly benefit Lau. And that was a good point for Lau. That's what he wants. He wants these instinctive points where it's almost this badminton-esque volleying across the middle.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think that was a good choice, though, from Lau, going with the extra wide width, just getting it into the side wall, assuring that there was absolutely no way that Brownell could volley the ball. See, for Lau, I don't think the stoppages particularly matter.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't need the rhythm, he just needs the ball in good positions that he can attack.
Absolutely.
Point from Brownell. He's making things hard here for Lau, putting work into the Hong Kong player's legs.
That's a good finish on that drop there, just rolling straight out of the neck. Lau was just questioning one of the pickups.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. It's not worth it. There are no reviews. There are no replays, so there's no way to look at it again. It's not going to get changed. It's going to be interesting, the decision here, Tamika.
Yeah. Mr. Brownell, okay? Sure?
What are you eating?
Go service, please.
What's the call? Is it good?
really taking our time on this decision. So a little bit anticlimactic there, just going for the lat.
Yeah.
I must say that would have been quite an exciting one to have some video reviews available for.
Yeah, I think we'll have those from tomorrow on the outdoor court that's going to be up and running, so that'll be a good addition to the event for the week. It's been exciting watching that get built out on the football pitch for the last couple of days.
Yeah, no, it is going to be great to be on the outdoor court on the football pitch. It looked great. I popped out there earlier today. It's a really fantastic setting, the backdrop of the skyline of Hong Kong. I think it'll be even better in the evening when all the lights on the buildings are on.
That's right.
That is a big error from Lau. It allows Brownell to pull even. It's a bit of a tired mental error. Yeah, that's rapid from Lau. He was way up the court, took that ball really early.
It's fantastic reflex there.
Well, on the side courts, England and Spain are deadlocked at one match apiece, and we are into the deciding rubber between the number 3s, Edmund Lopez and Curtis Malik. No, sorry, this is the second match, but England did lose that first match between Iko Paharis and Mohamed Al-Sharbagi, and Edmund Lopez and Curtis Malik are deadlocked at one game apiece. So, edgy times for the England team.
It's a bit of an interesting approach, the last shot there by Lau.
Yeah, he tipped slightly too far into exhibition mode.
Yeah, definitely.
It's good width from Lau. He's being very clever on the width. And that is inch perfect along the side wall. He squeezes Brownell, forces the error from the American. And Lau back to a 1-point advantage.
Yeah, certainly feeling that passion coming out there for that one.
So the winner of this Hong Kong USA match takes on the winner of England and Spain in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Certainly heating up here at the football club.
Handle. 7-4.
The atmosphere around the venue this week has been really great, positive, lots of great squash and everyone coming together. But you can certainly feel today switching into stage 2 gear and getting down to that business end. Everyone trying to get into their positions and their playoffs.
Absolutely, it's edgy times, and no one will be edgier than Hong Kong coach Peter Jennifer. He's certainly going to need an herbal tea to relax after this one. He's been in the wars with the women's team, and now he's here in another very stressful situation with Alex Lau. Well, the stroke given to Brownell. Alex Lau trying to sell it with a massive fist pump. Needs to be careful here, Lau, that he doesn't mentally come off the boil. Clever from Brownell, boasting towards Lau, and he's taken full advantage.
9-7. What's everyone? Go service please, quickly. Quickly.
Oh, Brownell inching towards the finish line here.
Thank you.
This is where that sort of
9-7.
massive fist pump trying to sell the stroke 2 points ago from Lau maybe slightly backfires, because it just slightly clouds his judgment.
Yeah, puts that little element of doubt in the back of mind.
Yeah, it's inch perfect there from Lau. He's really dropped that ball in under the height of the 10. So he's back within 1 point right here at the business end of this fifth game. It's clever service from Lau up the middle. It's off to the races here, Lau. Oh, and Brownell just finds a way to squeeze the winner out.
He's done a great job the last couple of rallies, really stretching Lau there from one corner to the next, keeping him under that pressure.
Yeah, it's been a good mental performance here at the business end from Brownell, who now has 2 match balls to take this first rubber for the USA. And this is where just the organized chaos of Lau, it can sometimes backfire. It sometimes works in his favor where he creates a lot of indecision for his opponent, but it sometimes tips the other way where he puts himself in bad positions.
That's right. Brownell's done a great job at holding steady, keeping consistent.
Drop ever so slightly heavy from Lau. Brownell doing a good job to keep things on the level playing field, and Lau with the massive error there, giving the match to Brownell.
Team USA. They'll be very happy to get that match and be off to a great start for the rest of this tie.
Well, he's ground out a big victory there. Brownell, just Alex Lau coming off the boil right there at the end. 65 minutes in duration. Highly entertaining, and Timothy Brownell takes the first match from Hong Kong's Alex Lau, 11-6, 9-11, 7-11, 11-9, 11-8.
Players start in 30 seconds. Players start in 15 seconds. 14.
Well, we've just had a fantastic first tie with Timmy Brownell of the USA taking out Alex Lau, and now we're on to the second tie, which is the number 3s, Tang Ming Hong of Hong Kong taking on Nicholas Spizzer of the USA. Well, I must say that in general, the Hong Kong team today, across the men's and the women's, has looked pretty edgy at the start of matches. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how Tang Ming Hong reacts here. Slightly higher ranked than Spizzer. Tang Ming Hong at 111 in the world. Where Spizzer a little bit farther down, I believe in the 120s or 130s, but quickly climbing. Is, at 138, he's been as high as 128. He's currently in his senior year at the University of Pennsylvania.
It'll be interesting to see what Ming Hong can do here. So the number 3 certainly needs to put in some good form for the team. Make sure he sees it out to the third match for the evening.
I think this has potential to be a bit of a grind to make. I don't think Tang Ming Hong is going to want to give Spizzer anything too easy or too quick. He's going to want to play himself into this match.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like a close matchup at the moment. Both players settling in.
It's good use of the boast there from Spizzer, just whipping the ball around, changing the direction.
Come on.
Right side, 3-1.
A bit of a fun fact about Spizzer is his brother Elliot Spizzer is the 250s of the ATP tennis tour, actually qualified for the U.S. Open this year.
There you go. Racket coordination's in the family.
The ball just clipping above the line on the side wall.
Still quite even here at the start. 3-all. Ooh.
It's a bit of a big error there from Spizzer. He's just pounded that ball into the 10 off the serve. Relatively,
nice play.
Yeah, it's a great shot. Great shot, Tamika. He's gotten up the court well, Tang Ming Hong.
Yeah, he certainly, with that drop in was nice and short, took advantage, forced his Fury, had a chance to recover there.
Yeah, I think one of the things to watch for here is Spizzer is relatively new onto the PSA World Tour scene in the last year or so. He's climbed the rankings pretty quickly up to 128. Someone like Tang Ming Hong has been around a very long time, represented Hong Kong for a long time in Asian championships and a lot of the regional games. He's a very experienced customer, so he would handle a big situation like this very well.
Yeah, he's been through that pressure situation. Certainly makes a difference when you do come down to these scenarios. Be interesting though, Spizzer. Sometimes, given the opportunity, people rise to the occasion. Definitely playing in a team aspect. Certain people, we were talking about earlier, certain people can lift a little bit more when they've got their country shirt on the back.
No, absolutely, and that's one of the things that's a little bit unique with all the American players is they all generally come through the college system, so they're very used to playing in that team environment. Obviously, a college match a little bit different from an international match in the sense that a college match is with 9 players, so it maybe potentially reduces the pressure a little bit. But even so, you're still used to being in that team aspect.
Absolutely. I've seen a lot of the passion that they carry in that team playoff as well. It's, yeah, I would say it definitely competes with this. It's, they take so much pride in competing for their colleges and universities, and it's certainly a great system that's working quite well for them at the moment.
No, absolutely. I think sometimes with American players, when they first come on the tour, on the PSA World Tour, they can almost be a little bit lost being on their own all the time, where they're so accustomed to being in that team atmosphere and having
the group to back them up,
having
and
the group,
kind of,
a coaching staff that plans all the training and everything.
That's right. Yeah, it's a bit of a steep learning curve, isn't it? Coming out of the system, and then essentially into the individual sport that we have, and competing, traveling by yourself, and having to look out for your own interests.
Yeah, so in a lot of ways, these international team events, they're going back into the system in a way.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's interesting, even when they are out, I guess, on the World Tour. Everyone seems to kind of find, their group, their people that help them get over the line.
Well, he's certainly pumped up Spizzer. Fist pumps have been impressive so far in the first game. I know he's trailing Tamika, but it's been a good start from Tang Ming Hong. He's just calmly going about his business. He's working the ball around the court. He's not giving Spizzer anything easy to hit.
That's right, definitely. And he's looking comfortable. He looks like he's in control. He knows what he's doing. He's placing the ball where he wants it to go.
Out of all the Hong Kong players, including the women that we've seen tonight, he seems the most in control out of everybody.
Definitely. Spizzer is definitely feeling, like you said, quite pumped up. He's ready to go, but sometimes you've got to kind of help make sure you're harnessing that the right way, using that to your advantage and not kind of getting caught up or carried away with it.
No, absolutely. And the kind of game Tang Ming Hong is playing, if he's able to keep this consistency, it's the kind of game that starts to reap benefits as the match goes on, as you put work into your opponent's legs.
Playing the long game, right? You get those benefits, and they come easier and easier each game as it goes on. Yeah,
oh, that is
Spizzer.
Certainly not what the doctor ordered from Spizzer. Pop that into the floor. So Tang Ming Hong has leveled things out here. We're getting into the big points now. Yeah, it's accurate there from the Hong Kong player, just controlling the ball overhead into the front corner, nice and parallel along the side wall.
Yeah, leaving himself a nice margin there as well, not pushing it too fine, just placement, taking it nice and short, really making Spizzer you have to work to get down to that ball.
Yeah, it's great movement there from Tang Ming Hong. He's moved forward to meet the ball.
Yeah.
Really nice 45-degree angle there, taking it really early.
Yeah, that's great. Brings up game ball for Ming Hong as well.
Well, he's got 2 bites at the cherry here, Tamika. And it's important because there's just that little bit of breathing room for the Hong Kong player. Good variety from Tang Ming Hong here. He's just mixed the heights. That's a great finish. It's clever. He's gotten on the ball really quickly, whipped the trickle boast in, catching Spizzer completely flat-footed. Well, it's a calming presence for Hong Kong from Tang Ming Hong. 12 minutes in duration. Seems quick for the quality of game it was, and Tang Ming Hong of Hong Kong leads the U.S.A.'s Nicholas Spizzer 1 game to love.
stop that shot. Not your shot.
And out one. And up 3-4.
Well, we do apologize for the lack of commentary for the first couple points of this second game. We've had some quite dire technical malfunctions on our screens here in the studio, but we seem to have found a workaround, so we're back in action. Well, it's been a good start so far from Spizzer. He's really grabbed the bull by the horns to start this second game, Tamika.
Yeah, I think he's certainly going out there with the intent to kind of push hard and bring a bit more energy into his game for sure.
Well, I think as well with what Tang Ming Hong is doing, he's just kind of floating the ball into four corners of the court, and if Spizzer gets stuck behind him, it can be really difficult to deal with. But if Spizzer is able to hit his targets in the back corners and push on in front of Tang Ming Hong, he can actually start to create quite a lot of space and force the Hong Kong player into some quite severe movements.
Yeah, I think Ming Hong's just probably lost a little bit of edge off those placements. In the first game, he was really precise. He was getting his targets. Right now, he's sort of just off that. Quite a quick lead here for Spizzer, going out 5 points there.
8-3.
Yeah, he's certainly settled down very nicely after dropping that first game. Hasn't panicked at all.
Might have had a little bit too much adrenaline in that first game. He was quite edgy, quite pumped. This one he certainly seems to, like you said, have calmed down a little bit.
Yeah, he's getting the balance a little bit better here. He's getting the ball more into the extremes of the court. It's putting Tang Ming Hong just slightly less advantageous positions when he's playing the ball. Yeah, it was clever there from Spizzer, playing through the interference.
You want some movement in the front, right?
Mr. Tang. I want you to clear more than that, please. Sorry? He's cleared, but you need to clear more.
Thank you.
And out 9-4.
He's misjudged the angle there, Tang Ming Hong. And with the error, it's given Spizzer 6 game balls to level things out here. It's accurate here from Spizzer in the front corner. Fantastic performance there in the second game from Spizzer. He very calmly leveled things out. Well, a much quicker second game, just 8 minutes in duration, and we are deadlocked at 1 game apiece between Tang Ming Hong and Nicholas Spizzer. Spizzer started looking pretty sharp there as that second game went on. Just starting to ratchet up the pressure on Tang Ming Hong. He's been pretty accurate taking the ball into those front corners, creating a lot of pressure on the Hong Kong player.
Yeah, I certainly stepped it up. Got through that second game quite quickly. Great shot, but Ming Hong was all over the return and covered that one off quite well.
Been pretty effective there in that front backhand corner, Spizzer. Controlled the ball well, but Tang Ming Hong pushed up the court there.
Yeah, in the last game he certainly wasn't taking the ball as early as what he was in that first. You want to be out there making sure he's onto it as quick as possible.
Yeah, it's good motion there from Tang Meng Hong. He's moved forward onto the ball. He's really made a big effort there to take it early, take time away from the American.
Yeah, stepping into it certainly, where he seems like that's his hit zone and where he feels best.
Come on. And out, 2-3.
Well, we do have confirmation from the side court that Curtis Malik has barely scraped past Spain's Edmund Lopez 3-1, 17-15 in the 5th game in a massive 24-minute game, in the 4th game.
Wow, that's amazing. It's a great scoreline. They would have done a fair bit of work in that.
Yeah, so Spain and England now deadlocked at 1 match apiece, with Marwan El Sharbaghi coming up against Ivan Perez.
It's going to go down to the wire in that one as well.
Yeah, it's clever angle there from Spizzer. Came right down the top of that ball, getting it to bounce twice very quickly. Cut that razor thin, Tang Meng Hong. Not much room for error there. Tell you what, Tang Meng Hong has been pretty sharp when he stepped forward into the ball with the volley.
Yeah, Spizzer is definitely going to find a way to get him behind and keep him out of that front area, because he's definitely enjoying that. Those drop shots, they're sharp.
Trying to push up the court and take the ball earlier, and it's proved effective there. He's got Spizzer stuck behind him. Big physical effort from the Hong Kong player.
Yeah, that rally certainly lengthened out.
6-3.
Good variety there, though, from Spizzer. He's making the court big, spreading it with a boast. Seems to attack very well on that backhand side, Tamika.
Yeah, definitely. I think both players are feeling quite good with this court as well. They're both taking it in quite fast to the front and then doing the work to the back after that. But
5-6.
well placed there. Missouri just struggling to get up.
He just waits there. He doesn't move out.
No, he didn't do anything. And out 7-5.
And I think Ming Hong has adjusted really well this game to Spizzer's attacks in that backhand corner. You can see tactically the Hong Kong players pushed up the court, so he's just getting into that front corner ever so slightly quicker.
Yeah, for sure. It's really great around that front. taking that ball early. Sort of probably didn't do that right at the start of this game. It's a little bit back-footed. He certainly adapted. It's getting tight here again as well, though.
He's starting to really push the pace, Tang Ming Hong. He's trying to make things hard physically on Spizzer.
Yeah, earlier he's taking that ball, he's just taking all that time away from Spizzer. He's just not getting any time to recover between shots.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing about this is Tang Ming Hong is increasing the pace, not so much through his hitting, but it's through his movement, how quickly he's getting on the ball.
That's right.
It's a big error there from Spizzer, and Tang Ming Hong now with 4 game balls to take this third game in a 2-game-to-1 lead. It's hard work here from Tang Ming Hong to stay in the rally.
Yeah, he's certainly making sure he wants to finish it in this one. Doesn't want to give Spizzer an opportunity to come back.
Oh, and that was impressive work from the movement side of things from Tang Ming Hong, holding his ground up the court and taking that ball really early on the volley.
That hard work definitely paid off there in that rally. He was keen to see it through, didn't want to go anymore. He wants to get off and get back on to finish the job.
Sure does. Well, 32 minutes of play. It's been very entertaining so far, and Hong Kong's Tang Ming Hong leads the USA's Nicholas Spizzer 2-1.
China leads 2-1. Hong Kong China to serve level.
Well, Tang Ming Hong getting us underway for this fourth game. We're going to need to see a big response here from the USA's Nicholas Spizzer. He's going to need to find a way to break down the movement of Tang Ming Hong, slow him down a little bit.
That's right. Certainly be impressed by just how early he is onto the ball. Good to see if he can keep holding that movement and that, keep it consistent through this game as well. It's going to be taking out a lot of energy out of his own legs. Be pushing up so quick.
Yeah, it's good ball control in that front corner from Spizzer. It wasn't a bad shot from Tang Ming Hong, but there was just ever so slightly a little bit of space, and Spizzer's just guided the ball into the front corner.
Yeah, Ming Hong will be happy to get a point on the board there. Start his way through this fourth game. Nice tight ball into the front there by Ming Hong.
2-3.
A rush of adrenaline there.
Yeah, he's just misjudged the angle there, Spizzer. Just completely misjudged it. Tried to do a little bit too much with it. All he had to do was keep it in play.
Yeah, I feel like his body language has changed the last couple of rallies. He's tensing up a little bit. Feeling the occasion.
Good finish there from Spizzer. It was a bit of a random rally, but he found a way to...
Just too loose from Ming Hong there. That shot just put it straight to the racket.
And at 4-3.
We're getting into the middle stages of this fourth game, and some big points here, Tamika, because really determine the outcome of this game. Who grabs the advantage here in the mid stages?
Absolutely. U.S. will certainly want to be keeping this alive, and they don't want to go to a third match if they can avoid it. So.
Well, it's good movement there again from Tang Ming Hong, and it's very astute, getting the ball wide into the side wall around Spizzer. Well, it was too narrow there from Tang Ming Hong, and Spizzer far too accurate into the front corner. He's going to take full advantage of that.
And at 5-4.
Yeah, that's another one there as well. He's finding his placings, those front corners.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing the ball just start to go slightly spongy, and Spizzer's taking advantage of that.
Yeah.
He's very accurate, actually, into those front corners, and with the ball just hovering in the mid area a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's got that edge off it now.
Come on!
But he needs to be careful. He can't afford to cut it too fine and make errors like that one.
That's right. As soon as you open that door again, Ming Hong's going to take advantage. Be right back there. He's never more than 1 or 2 points out of reach. So.
Push it, come on. Wait.
And at 7-5.
Spizzer injecting some pace here, trying to get things happening quicker. He's fired up. He's opened up a 3-point cushion on Tang Ming Hong. This is the first time since the first game that Spizzeri's really started to look in control.
Yeah, definitely. He's kind of picked up that energy.
Well, that was very close to the outline. Dipping in right underneath it.
Ming Hong just feels like he's a little bit on the back foot at the moment. Definitely not taking anything as early, because Spizzeri's just keeping him under that extra bit of pressure, not presenting him as many opportunities.
Yeah, I know Tang Ming Hong has ever so slightly come off the movement side of things. Just not getting up on the ball as quickly.
And at 6-9.
Yeah, he's got across the court really quickly there, Spizzeri. Got into the back of Tang Ming Hong. So with that stroke, 4 game balls for Spizzeri to take this into a decisive 5th game. He's going for it here, Spizzeri. Getting a lot of balls back here.
He's done a great job there.
Needs to be a little bit careful, though. He did a lot of work there, Spizzeri.
Yeah, it's definitely taking the wind out of him with that rally. Yeah, that's nice. That's tight.
Well, a second game ball saved from Tang Ming Hong. That's the area where potentially that massive rally maybe hurts him a little bit.
Yeah. He's thinking about the end of the game, thinking he was going into the 5th. Got to get the job done first before we get there.
It needs to be.
You have a contact warning for wasting time. 8-10, game ball.
Well, this is the area that Spizzeri needs to be a little bit careful. Just some of these tactical areas.
It's nice right there. Ming Hong's definitely making him do the work for it.
Spizzeri's fighting for his life here. And that's a big error from Spizzeri. So a 3rd game ball saved by Tang Ming Hong. Oh, we see Spizzeri doubled over.
He's sucking those breaths in at the moment. It's definitely Ming Hong's done a great job pushing him around the court, all corners.
He needed to serve well there, Ming Hong.
Oh.
And Ming Hong.
Never want to leave that to chance.
No, that was very edgy. That could have gone any number of ways, Tamika. So he needs to serve well again here, Tang Ming Hong. He's got it into the side wall. Spizzeri's really going for it here. Oh, and he's made another error. He's had
flipping the 10.
Absolute shocker there, Spizzeri.
Wow.
So he's seen his...
Ming Hong. Wow.
Well, Spizzeri's seen 4 game balls evaporate, and we are now into a tiebreak. Just such a fine margin. Oh, and Tang Ming Hong has gone for it. He has absolutely carved that cross court into the nick, and he now has a match ball.
He is riding the confidence wave all the way to the end here.
And he's completely misjudged that one, Tang Ming Hong. He's just overcooked it. It wasn't really on to be taken in short.
Yeah, he's just going to have to quickly regather here before he goes again. Spizzer just trying to find that momentum to get it back.
Yeah, it's a great finish from Tang Ming Hong. It's accurate. It was a safe shot. The shot was on, and he has another match ball now.
Clean tight ball there.
And now 12-11 match ball.
Spizzer just whipped the ball into the nick. He needs to be a little careful, Tang Ming Hong, here, that he's...
I think the floor is fine. You need to carry on.
When you're so far back there, you can't see.
And now 12-0.
Yeah, both players definitely feeling the tension here as we go to 12-all in the fourth.
Really edgy here. Well, the no-let given. Spizzer just not quite getting the angle of the movement right there. Got spun around a little bit. So Tang Ming Hong now with another match ball.
Yeah, this crowd certainly getting involved now as well. Want to help the home team cross the line here.
Well, he needs to serve well yet again, Tang Ming Hong. He's gone a little bit reckless on his previous match balls. Not quite sure why he keeps going for the cross-court nick. Well, he's done it there.
He's got it.
That is a massive win from Tang Ming Hong, a massive finish. And Hong Kong has leveled things out here against the U.S.
Well, it was a fantastic comeback there in that game. Put Hong Kong on the board.
Well, 48 minutes of back and forth action, and Tang Ming Hong of Hong Kong takes out the USA's Nicholas Spizzer 3-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that the public bar here will close in 15 minutes' time at 10:30. Everybody wants another drink? Now is the time to come up. Thank you very much.
to the big quarters, no one's like doing it. By the way, there's another match for you. So, there's another one right down there.
WSF World Squash Team Championship 2024, men's round 1 match. Spencer Lovejoy of United States to serve, Baillargeon of Hong Kong, China to receive. Best of 5 games, Gawad.
Well, here we go. We are deadlocked at 1 match apiece here between the United States and Hong Kong, China. We are down to the final rubber. It's the number 2 players, Henry Lung of Hong Kong and Spencer Lovejoy of the USA. Well, Henry Lung, the higher ranked of the 2 players, he's currently at his highest world ranking of 44. Spencer Lovejoy just slightly behind him at 72 in the world. He's been as high as 64. So, you'd have to say Henry Lung of Hong Kong would be the favorite of the 2. But as we've said all week long, the dynamics in these team events can be a little bit different. The world rankings go out the window when you're playing for your country.
Yeah, that's right, for sure. The players and how they handle the pressure is going to be a little different from how they would normally when they're coping just by themselves out there on the tour. And this time you've got the team behind you, but also the pressure of your country.
Well, we saw Henry Lung play the other day on this glass court on SquashTV in a very entertaining match with Pakistan's Noor Zaman, which he lost in 5 games in a bit of a surprising time, 44 minutes, quite quick for a 5-gamer.
Bit of a lucky one there, catching the back wall neck, but getting another point on the board for Lung.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a tough fall. Henry Lung hasn't been able to string too many victories together. He did, back in September, though, reach the semifinals of the Nash Cup, a copper event in Canada. Took out Karim in the first round in 72 minutes. Backed that up, taking out Australia's Joseph White, and then lost to Curtis Malik in the semifinals. Tends to be quite a steady player, though, Henry Lung. Doesn't go for anything too flashy, makes the squash very hard. He's tough to break down.
Both players certainly trying to work each other out at the moment, using that pace and hitting through the ball. A couple of rallies that'll start to take that initial sting off.
Well, that was a good rally from Lung because he moved Lovejoy around the court, and it's important just to, get comfortable in this setting and take the edge off the nerves, as we've seen tonight. Apart from Tang Ming Hong, all the other Hong Kong players have looked a little bit on the edgy side.
That's right, definitely a little unsettled, uncomfortable when they've gone out there to compete.
Yeah, for the Alex Lau match, we saw quite a heavy press presence here. It's calmed down a little bit, but there's been pretty sizable interest here in Hong Kong with this event.
Yeah, great to see, though, that the home crowd's turning up to support their team and their country. And there are players, especially.
It's a bit of a miscue there from the American. He's had plenty of space there. He's just forced the issue, planting the ball into the middle of the 10. So Henry Lung now opens up a 2-point cushion.
Yeah, he's Google. 6-4. Left side.
Henry Lung starting to put some work here into Spencer Lovejoy's legs. He's got the American on the run here.
Both players seem fairly equally matched at the moment. Like you said, there's not too much difference between their rankings.
7-4.
Just trying to work each other out in this first game.
Well, he's looking pretty controlled here, Henry Lung. He's managed to get himself ahead of Spencer Lovejoy. Certainly not in this rally, but in general he's been farther forward on the tee. He's generally been controlling the proceedings. If Lung is able to see this first game out, it'll go a long way to calming the nerves of the Hong Kong players.
Yeah, definitely. Got to give them a lot of confidence.
It'll certainly calm the nerves of the Hong Kong coach, Peter Genever, who's had a very stressful evening so far.
Back to back with the women and then straight into the men's here on the glass court.
And with the women, it came right down to the wire. It was 11-9 in the fifth, and the final rubber between Kai-Yi Lee and Allison Thompson.
Yeah, it was a fantastic match, that too. Both girls very athletic all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's clever there from Lovejoy. He's gotten on the ball really early, just early racket preparation, taking his time, waiting for Leung to settle, and then sending him the wrong way. Still has a bit of ground to make up, though, the American.
That's a nice shot there.
Yeah, it's a clever angle from Henry Lung. He's just come inside the ball.
That wrist, yeah.
Rolled the wrist around, and he has 4 game balls now to take this first game. Well, there it is, Henry Lung forcing the loose play from Lovejoy, taking the stroke, and he takes this first game for Hong Kong. Very calming performance from Henry Lung, looking fully in control. So 10 minutes in duration, and Hong Kong's Henry Lung takes the first game from the U.S.A.'s Spencer Lovejoy, 11-6.
With 60 seconds. China is 1 game to love. Love.
Well, Henry Lung getting us going here for this second game. Spencer Lovejoy is going to need to find a way to create a bit more pressure on player from Hong Kong, create a little bit more indecision, but that's certainly not the way to do it, Tamika.
Yeah, he certainly stepped it up about halfway through that first game. He's kind of really stretched it out into the next level and walked away quite easily in the end with that first game.
Yeah, and I think the issue here for the American team is that Lung just was looking very comfortable in his movement patterns.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic attack from Lovejoy, and he's followed it up with a lovely softening of the ball across court into the net.
That rally, definitely.
Yeah, he's just
getting a bit stuck there in the middle.
Yeah, he hasn't found the right angle there.
Yeah, wasn't in the right position at all. Just getting the ball caught back at himself in a bit of trouble. Yeah, just probably not quite the movement pattern the referee would have liked to have seen.
Yeah, you can see Lovejoy trying to push up the court. He's trying to increase the speed of this, compete more with Lung around the middle.
Just looking very steady on that tee. Stepping off and really kind of controlling that front area of the court at the moment. Spencer's going to find another way to get him out of position and get him off that tee area and allow himself some time to get in front.
Yeah, I think a lot of this comes down to the quality of the length hitting and hitting those targets in the back corners. If those targets aren't hit, Lung is far too alert around the middle of the court. Well, so England's Marwan El-Shorbagy has defeated Spain's Ivan Perez 3-0, and that has confirmed England in the quarterfinals, so they await the winner of this match. He's just misjudged the angle there, Lung. Just clipping the ball out. Well, Lovejoy trying to elongate these rallies, trying to find a way to put some pressure on the movement of Henry Long.
Even though he's picked up the pace, I wouldn't say the length is overly improved, so he's going to have to, even that shot there, he's just started to lift that one a little bit. That might be the next option he wants to try and get that length, because without that he's definitely going to be struggling from here.
Well, that was a pretty big miscue there, just framing the ball into the floor. So Henry Long back to a 3-point cushion. Yeah, massive miscue there from Henry Long.
Just had that moment of hesitation and then didn't quite stop the arm in time.
Yeah, I think he thought he was going to be able to play that in front of Spencer Lovejoy. Lovejoy just pushing up the court and results in Long just pumping the ball into his calf.
And out 3-5.
Scraping it off the wall in the back there.
Yeah, I do think this tactic of Lovejoy's, though, just taking the ball a little bit earlier, upping the speed, it has, to some degree, helped. It's made it a little bit tougher on Henry Long. It's just not giving him quite as much time to set up and think.
Yeah. Not sure it's quite having the effect, but he is ticking up a couple of points there, so he's back to within reach of Long now.
Well, Lovejoy just going into the back of Long there.
Ball is too tight, ball is different. You should take more effort to play.
I'm not sure the reasoning from the referee was particularly what Lovejoy was looking for. The ball was too tight. It did seem to clip the sidewall and spit into the middle. But there was quite a lot of distance to be covered.
Yeah, I think there was still a bit of space. He kind of had stopped it at Long instead of going through for the extra effort to get to that ball.
And out 5-6.
Well, he's staying in touch here, Lovejoy. He had battled his way back into the game, but that error allows Long to start to extend his lead yet again. It's good volleying here from Long. He's trying to be more aggressive on the volley, push up the court. Massive retrieving here from Lovejoy. He put in a big shift there, but Long, very astute, gets the ball into the side wall.
Yeah, he's done well there. Lovejoy, just think with that strategy as well, just trying to hit the ball a bit extra. He's taking a little bit out of his own energy.
It's fine.
No, it's not fine.
Fine.
It's not.
It's a big shot pass. Dangerous.
It's fine. It's clear.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. We can use this too. No, it's dangerous. It's dangerous.
Yeah, the ref needs to grab control of this situation. He needs to either decide there's court service or they need to play on.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's far too long to give the court service there. He needed to crack on, really, the ref.
Yeah.
The court is slippery. But on it, you can get injured. Okay?
It's one of those scenarios where it either needs to take place or they just need to continue on playing. The stoppage just gets a little bit excessive. Thing was, they came on to just mop the one spot in the back, and they've ended up mopping the entire court.
That's it. 8-5.
Well, the ball potentially will have died down a bit here, so it's going to be interesting to see if someone tries to fire one in quickly. Yeah, Henry Lung tried to, and he just completely misjudged the angle.
Advantage, yeah, for sure. Say though, we're still keeping that cushion ticking over as he works his way through this second game.
And Lovejoy with a quick error there. That's not what the American needs. The American needs to extend these rallies. He needs to find ways to mentally pressurize Lung. Rally here from Long. He's out in front of Lovejoy. He's pushed up the court. He's played the ball into open space away from the American. And Henry,
catching him out of position there. He definitely went the wrong direction, thinking that was going to the backhand.
Well, Henry Lung now.
Cross.
Henry Lung now with 4 game balls to take a very commanding 2-game-to-love lead.
Quick work around the front there from both players.
And he's clipped the tin there, Lovejoy. The shot was on. He just hasn't executed it. He didn't get the angle right. So a very controlled performance. From
putting Hong Kong in a great place as we are in the decider.
Well, 24 minutes of play, and Hong Kong's Henry Lung leads the USA Spencer Lovejoy 2 games to love by a pair of 11 sixes.
Leaving the field in 60 seconds. Hong Kong China leads 2 games to love. Love.
Well, the USA's Spencer Lovejoy now with a massive hole to dig himself out of. He's going to get the USA back in this deciding tie.
Ming just needs to make sure he's a steady ship. Keeps doing what he's been doing for the last two. It's been very consistent. Oh, it's lovely placement across the court there.
Yeah, it's a clever angle. He's just faded the ball across the face of the front wall, getting it to drop very close to the actual front
running away
wall.
from the angle of Lovejoy as he moves up.
The pace is certainly picked up here, Tamika. Both players trying to get up the court, inject some pace, and that's good movement there from Lovejoy.
Yeah. It's really a nice one for him to keep the ball rolling. Try and capture some momentum, get a bit of energy back. Try and lift himself and get the team and that behind him.
Lovejoy sensed it's now or never, and you can see he's really pushed up the court. He's trying to increase the speed. He's also trying to not be quite as one-dimensional in the hitting. We've seen him play a few balls up the middle just to do something a little bit different tactically.
Yeah, I think that's a good strategy, trying to break it up a little bit.
Sprayed that ball back at himself, Lovejoy. Henry Lungs.
Ariel's only want to get a couple of points on the board at the moment.
This is the area that Lovejoy really needs to buckle down the hatches, though, and not give Lung a sniff.
Exactly. We've definitely seen quite a few matches at the moment going from 2-love and stretching full distance. So Hong Kong will certainly want to make sure that they're wrapping it up, not leaving anything to chance. Make sure they can get the job done sooner, that their players are getting home, getting rested, and be back here tomorrow to do it all again.
Yeah, he's come off the boil here this game, Henry Lung.
It's been a quick run of points here for Lovejoy.
Stop. Gentlemen, please wait for the score. 9-2.
Yeah, he's been a little bit slow on the draw this match, the referee. Probably one of those, once they're playing, you just need to let them go.
Yeah. It's last one for the night.
It's a good squeeze there from Lovejoy in the front corner.
Yeah, Henry probably looking a little bit casual in that drop as well.
So 8 game balls for Lovejoy to pull one back for the USA. Fast hands from Lovejoy.
Big rally.
It's a massive rally. It's a better rally from Lung. He's keeping the ball more in the extremes of the court.
Yeah.
Lovejoy's pumped up, though. He managed to get the ball around Lung, so he's pulled one game back.
Yeah, he's done a good job there to come out in the third and pick himself up. It's never a good place to be when you're 2-love down.
Well, he's certainly changed the tactics up there, Spencer Lovejoy, and he's pulled a game back from Hong Kong's Henry Lung, so Hong Kong now leads the USA 2-1.
Playing resuming 60 seconds. Playing resuming 30 seconds. Hong Kong China leads 2-1.
Well, the USA's Spencer Lovejoy pulling a game back there. It's going to be very interesting to me to see how Hong Kong's Henry Lung responds. Really came off the boil there in the third game.
Yeah, especially this match, obviously deciding who goes through to the quarterfinals. Tomorrow, both teams will be fighting hard. You can see USA really getting behind Lovejoy there, bringing the fist pumps out.
It's a big moment. He's got the first point on the board.
That's some quick play around the front court there. Just catching Lung out with his movement.
Yeah, he's really pushed up the court here, Lovejoy. And I must say, one of the things that kind of surprised me a little bit after that third game was that Henry Lung didn't request a new ball.
Yeah, especially it's definitely flattened off. Dead in the lid about even those first two games. There was quite a lot of long rallies, bit of pace in there. That ball definitely lost a bit of its edge.
Well, it was very clever there from Henry Lung, the way he just positioned his body there to make Lovejoy have to go the long way around.
Yeah, it gets him a point on the board as well.
He's an experienced campaigner, Henry Lung. He's been floating around that 50 mark in the world for a pretty long time, and he's, with the way the PSA World Tour has been structured in the past couple of years with 48 main draws, he will have come up against quite a few of the top players in those major platinum events over the last 2-3 years, so he will have experienced some of the savvier players out there.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of a barrier you need to break down to get that opportunity, move through, and then you reap the rewards, obviously, especially now with the rankings being released weekly. It's a lot more dynamic.
Oh, I think that might have been a very early call by the referee. I think Henry Long might have actually gotten that one.
Yeah, he was quick there. Referee's already moving on, but Henry Long just taking a second to process what happened there. He was definitely quite confident he retrieved that ball.
Well, he needs to be careful here, Henry Long, because Lovejoy is starting to surge, and Long needs to find a way to settle things out here, because he was in so much control. It's one of those where when you've been in so much control and then things start to go a little bit pear-shaped,
yeah,
it can be very easy to panic and start not seeing it.
Sometimes,
that
yeah, you
clearly.
just don't react quite as quick. Bounce back with the next tactic that you need to kind of counter as well.
Yeah, your decision making can become a little bit clouded and you start to overcomplicate things. Certainly the quality of hitting from Henry Long has tailed off a little bit.
Yeah. The slightest element of doubt in the back of his mind. Just with where he's positioned and that he's sort of, hanging back that fraction. Needs to make sure he's consciously pushing himself up, still looking for that ball.
And it's a tricky one as well, because Spencer Lovejoy being 2 love down, he basically knows it's a last gasp effort, so he can really chuck the kitchen sink at Henry Long. It's a massive error there from Lovejoy. It was a bit speculative. There was no need to take it short from that area of the court.
Rally. It was going to be the easy option out for that one. Not sure either players can really afford to do that and open the door for their opponent, so got to make sure they're finishing the rally in the best fashion. It's probably not the way to do it.
See Henry Long trying to use some height to get the ball into the back corners. Just trying to find a way to get Lovejoy out of that central tee position. Lovejoy's been so much more aggressive on the volley for the last game and a half.
Yeah. It's definitely that counter tactic that we were talking about.
It's dangerous service there from Lovejoy.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an interesting return there.
I mean, I think if we had the review available, that decision might have even been worth a review.
Yeah.
I've seen players review for a lot less.
Yes, that's true.
That is very tight work from Long.
These next few rallies, you expect them to go a bit longer and put some work in here to try and break that cycle. Someone's going to want that 2-point cushion there to just give themselves a little bit of freedom.
No, absolutely. Once you get into these big rallies, those 2- and 3-point cushions become so important. Lovejoy trying to be really aggressive on the volley. Oh, and that's clever from Long.
That's a wonderful shot there. Change of direction, last minute.
Yeah, no, it was a fabulous choice from Long. He was really composed. He got on the ball really early with really early racket preparation. Just waited for Lovejoy to commit to one direction before flicking it in the opposite. very frustrated with that decision, thinking there was a case for a stroke there. The referee feeling the quality shot was good enough. So Long marches forward.
Oh, that's a great shot there. You see, Long's picked up that bit of momentum. Getting a bit of adrenaline into the muscles. Really helps when you get to this point in the match. Just takes that edge off and just kind of turn the brain off a little bit. Stop the overthinking and kind of just let the body do what it knows best.
That's another big error from Lovejoy. So it allows Long to march even closer to this quarterfinal berth for Hong Kong. Trying to be positive on the volley, not let the ball go into the back corners. Just trying to take time away from Henry Long any way he can. It's difficult though because Long is so good at absorbing pressure.
Yeah. Just really holds steady and keeps moving through. Never really looks like you're overly rushed.
Well, there it is. Henry Long finding the perfect line into the back corner, and he now has 6 match balls to take Hong Kong into the quarterfinals here tomorrow against England. Well, there it is. Henry Long absolutely delighted with that performance.
Yeah, really clean fourth game performance there from Long. Just really kind of took it to the next gear from about 4-all in that game and drove it home.
Well, a very strong performance from Hong Kong's Henry Long at the number 2 string. Sees off the USA's Spencer Lovejoy in 44 minutes. 11-6, 11-6, 2-11, 11-4. Well, we've had a fantastic day of squash here in the last 16 at the WSF World Squash Team Championships. We saw the Malaysian women defeat Japan 2-1. Then we moved on to the men's side of things with our top seeds, Egypt, taking out Canada fairly comfortably. And then in the evening session, we started things off with an extremely entertaining encounter between the Hong Kong women and Scotland, with Tai Lee booking Hong Kong into the quarterfinals with an 11-9 in the 5th performance in the deciding rubber. And we just saw the Hong Kong men's team take out the United States 2-1, 2 matches to 1. Well, tomorrow for the quarterfinals, we are going to move on to the outdoor court here at the Hong Kong Football Club. It looks absolutely spectacular. It's been set up on the football pitch. So please tune in for quarterfinal action here at the Hong Kong Football Club in the WSF World Team Squash Championships. Play will begin at 5:30 p.m. local Hong Kong time tomorrow. Well, that is good evening from all of us here at the Hong Kong Football Club.